Good morning, everyone. So, I, Dr. Seema, on behalf of School of Commerce and Management and Om Sterling Global University, welcome you all on the second day of this international conference, which is organized by none other than Om Sterling Global University. We will be starting the presentation soon, but before that, we have the keynote speaker. She is waiting from a long time, and due to some technical issue, we were not able to start it on time. So I would like to call upon Dr. Saroj Hiranwal, Victorian Institute of Technology, Adelaide, Australia. Before handing over to you, ma'am, I would like to give a brief introduction about you. Dr. Saroj Hiranwala is BITS Program Coordinator, first year and Associate Course Coordinator and Lecturer High Education in the Department of ITS at Victorian Institute of Technology, Adelaide Campus, South Australia, who has made contributions to the field of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and real-time systems. Saroj's research interests also include high-performance scientific computing, cloud computing, and network security. She is also working in the evolving and increasing important field of image processing, data analytics, and edge computing, which promise to pave the way for evolution of new applications and services in the area of healthcare, agriculture, smart cities, education, marketing, and finance. Her research has appeared in numerous prestigious journals, conferences, and she has written more than 50 research papers. Saroj started her academic career in year 2006 as a lecturer and promoted on various positions including senior lecturer, reader, and professor during the tenure. Saroj received Bachelor of Engineering from the School of IT, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, India, in the year 2004, Master of Technology in IT in 2006, PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from the Faculty of Engineering and Technology in 2014. So this was about you, ma'am, and now I am just handing over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Seema ma'am, for my warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to begin today's session by expressing my thanks to Om Sterling Global University Hisar for organizing this 2 days international conference on innovation and sustainability in rapidly evolving world, bridging technologies, governance, and practices. I would also like to sincerely thank Professor N.P. Kaushik sir for inviting me as a keynote speaker for this session. A very warm welcome to all participants joining us today. I truly appreciate your presence and look forward to a session filled with interaction and meaningful discussions. Now I'll share my screen. As I have conveyed that it will be interactive session despite of just considering as one way. So I'm just presenting my screen. Hopefully my screen is visible. Please acknowledge.
Your screen is not visible.
It's
I mean,
not
you are
visible.
visible, but the slide is not visible.
स्क्रीन अभी विजिबल नहीं है मैडम.
But I have shared from my side.
Just a moment now. Yeah, it is visible now.
Now it is coming.
Yeah, so
Yes.
yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. So today's topic will be interactive and it will be related to challenges and benefits from opportunities afforded by advances in Gen AI. So these days, like from last quarter of 2022, we are using generative AIs, and not only in education, all sectors, generative AI we are using in a rapid growing manner. It's again, believe me, it's a like situation as a pandemic. It will be again critical for all of us or human beings, like from the childhood itself, like or during school education we were learning that computer or these technologies, they are going to change the life, and in upcoming years the job losses will be there due to this computer. So we have observed in last 5 years the automation things were there, and drastic change, or you can say the digital transformation is going on, or disruption is going on due to this technology. But from last 2 years, like this generative AI has changed entire world. Now we are enjoying, but if we'll see for the side effect, I will show you some of the snapshots. And I'll invite, despite of considering is one way, I want like you to be interactive, because as the conference topic, how we can govern these issues, okay? Because benefits are there, so some side effects are also there from the generative AI. I have created one form as to just go for the awareness. Like you can scan this from your Outlook or from your Gmail account. Okay, either use the first one. You can scan the code if you are using Outlook, or otherwise you can click on this link. Okay, you can see this form, or I can share this both in the chat of this. Okay. My concern is just this is related to Gen AI only. So I have shared, like either through Outlook or through Gmail, you can access this form, and please complete and go through some of the simple questionnaire is there. Okay. So I'll, it is related to how you are using generative AI, and how we can use for the writing from scratch, or you are writing on your behalf and then updating the content. So there are different ways how you want to deal with this large language models or LLMs. Okay, so though the contents we have 30 minutes timing, the slides are more, but I will go in fast track manner. Just like when the generative AI was arrived, so it was in the uh, if you can say that chat GPT was launched in quarter 4 of 2022. Okay, and now it is more popular. Maybe some of you have not used chat GPT or other models during 22, but now everyone is using in their own life. So the thing is, when it is when we are talking about the applications of generative AI, then you can use for writing or improving your reading, or proofreading your document, or you can use as an chatbot. Okay, so or you can generate image. There are several applications of chat GPT. Some a bit of disturbance or voices are there, maybe we can mute. So like how we can go for that, there are different models. Chat GPT we can use, or this Bard we can use, or Bing chat you can use. What we are doing, we are just searching some content on these different LLMs. These are the large language model. Or you can go for as a developer, or despite of writing code by yourself, GPT will write on your behalf. So I'm going, despite of going this presentation, what GPT can do, we all are aware. I am not aware that how much you are using. Some of the screenshot I just want to share with you. If you will have you used this notebook earlier? How many of you have used notebook? My screen is visible. I have opened notebook google.com. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it
Yeah.
is.
So how many of you have used this? Okay, because I can't see the parallel screen, so the chat screen in this. Maybe I have to log in another device. Okay, so how many of you have used? Could you please acknowledge how many of you have used this notebook LM? This is literally going to replace our work. Like how you can go if you will use this tool. Okay,
Just a
here,
moment, ma'am.
yes, you can just upload your content. Okay, whatever. Suppose today's presentation I have uploaded. Okay, you can see the source. You can add multiple sources. Okay, just browse, like you can web link you can add, or you can browse any file, book, and number of resources you can upload. What this tool will do, or notebook LM will do for you, is you can see it will create study guide, briefing of document, what sort of frequently asked question will be there. Okay, and the timeline. Or this will not do just only the summary part of you. As a research scholar or as a lecturer, if you will try to brief this, you can't brief how smartly that AI has done. We can't do this. And in fact, AI is providing interactive environment as well. I'll show you different tools. One of this tool is there, like based on the PPTs. These are today's PPT. Okay, what we are learning. If I will start, this tool has just compressed it into 23 minutes. Okay, if I will play this, you can download from here. Okay, it will take around 5 minutes, so it will don't waste the time. That's why I have already uploaded and just generated the audio text. Okay, and it is not only the text to speech or summary conversion. In fact, you can interact also. Okay, like you can interact, ask the question, all those facilities are there. So how this generative AI is impacting our life now, we are enjoying, but what will be the role of professor? Okay, only the discussion or some of the queries need to be solved. If anyone want to discuss further, I'm happy to discuss that as well. But it is doing the role better than the human being. Only that
Voice is
intervention
available to you. Hello,
yes,
ma'am.
yes,
Greetings, ma'am. Greeting here, Dr. Kai. So I have a question, ma'am. Like as you provide this AI, ma'am, the one question that is very important: is it paid or is it free for the like lecturer?
this what I have shown is free.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. It's great.
Yeah, and in all these tools, free as well as paid, are possible. You can if you have your devices, you can open notebook LM, and it will do if suppose you are going to deliver your session. Okay, and you will upload that particular content earlier, and you can use flipped classroom environment. Like here in Australia, it is in trend. Like what we are doing, despite of just delivering the session, we are recording our session on prior basis, sharing the recording among students, and later on we are discussing on that. So that sort of provision that is there, like what we are going to deliver. If I will show you this, I will play this for you. Just have a, and I will show you how smartly it is doing, or how smartly delivering, maybe better than me. Just
All it will be very great, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
इसमें तो वॉइस भी आना चाहिए, वॉइस नहीं आ रहा, इसमें साउंड भी आना चाहिए ना, वो दोनों करके दिखा देते हैं, तो उसमें साउंड नहीं आ रहा। It's Excuse me, ma'am. Does this
yes,
slide forms have audios as well?
yes. So you can't hear this.
No, no. We are not able to hear the audio.
Mm, Maybe this platform, I am not using this StreamYard. Maybe I'll share my screen again. Okay. So, what should I- So my audio is already turned on and it should be audible because at my end, just I'm just playing again.
Real
Please
world
acknowledge,
examples
is it
and
visible?
think about where it might be
Sorry,
heading.
is it audible?
Yes, yes. Now it is on.
Okay, okay. So you might have asked earlier because 2-3 minutes has gone. Yeah. So thank you for acknowledging.
You can really grasp what's happening now and maybe more importantly, think critically about what comes next.
Okay, foundations first. What exactly is generative AI?
Well, at its core, generative AI means AI systems that create new content, high quality stuff.
Like text, images.
Text, images, audio, yeah. The key thing is that it produces something original. It generates.
Okay, because when people hear AI, they might think of, I don't know, their spam filter or Netflix recommendations.
Right. And those are AI too, but they work differently.
How so? How's generative different from, say, supervised learning?
Well, supervised learning, which Andrew Dang talks about a lot, is more about labeling things. You show the AI lots of examples. This is a cat, this is a dog, and it learns to categorize.
Just labeling.
Generative AI is about creation. It takes what it learned from data and makes something new, not just sorting or finding patterns in what's already there.
So things like web search or detecting credit card fraud, that's mostly analyzing existing info.
Pretty much, yeah. Analyzing, predicting based on existing data. Powerful stuff, obviously, it's everywhere.
Uh-huh.
But generative AI is different. It synthesizes, it creates something that wasn't there before based on its training.
Okay, creation. Got it. How did we get here? Were there earlier steps towards this?
Oh, absolutely. The idea of AI writing text isn't brand new. Early versions were often about predicting the next word.
Like predictive text on old phones, but way more powerful.
Sort of, yeah, but on a vastly larger scale. You give it a prompt like, I love eating, and it predicts the next word based on patterns.
Pizza, apples.
Could be anything, depending on what it learned.
Yeah.
But that basic idea, predicting the next word, scaled up massively with huge data sets and computing power that led to large language models.
LLMs.
LLMs. They seem to be the engine behind a lot of this, right?
Right.
So how do they work? Hey there. Want to share your thoughts on this?
Yeah. What are the ethical issues in generative AI? Could you please specify that?
That's a really important question. When we talk about the why AI part in the context of ethics, it's because this technology has such broad potential and can impact so many aspects of our lives, as we've been discussing.
Right. It's not just a simple tool, it's something that can shape information, automate decisions, and even create content that influences how we see the world. So the ethical considerations become really significant.
And specifically for generative AI, some of the key ethical issues revolve around the data it's trained on, because these models learn from vast amounts of text and images from the internet.
Which, as we mentioned, isn't always a perfect reflection of human values or free from biases.
Exactly. So a big ethical concern is the potential for these models to perpetuate or even amplify harmful biases present in the data. This could lead to unfair or discriminatory outcomes in various applications.
We even saw an example in the material about how early language models could show bias in responses to prompts, like there was a CEO.
Precisely. Initially, there might have been a tendency to complete that sentence with a gendered pronoun in a way that reflected existing societal biases. While there's been progress in mitigating these issues through techniques like reinforcement learning from human feedback, it's an ongoing challenge.
So fairness is a big one. What other ethical considerations come up with generative AI?
Transparency is another key area. It's important to understand how these AI systems make decisions and generate content, especially when those outputs have real-world consequences. The more opaque the process, the harder it is to identify and address potential ethical problems.
It's like a black box sometimes, isn't it?
To some extent, yes. And that lack of transparency can make it difficult to hold developers and deployers accountable if things go wrong or if unintended biases emerge.
And then there's the ethical use aspect, just ensuring that these powerful tools are used for beneficial purposes and not to cause harm.
Absolutely. Considering the potential for misuse, like generating misinformation or creating deepfakes, is a significant ethical responsibility for those developing and deploying these technologies.
So it's about being mindful of fairness, striving for transparency where possible, and ensuring the technology is used ethically and responsibly. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, let's get
Yeah,
back to our
yeah,
planned discussion
thank
about the
you.
impressive numbers we're seeing around
Thank you
generative
for the
AI.
clarification.
Yeah, like potentially adding.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it really makes sense. Actually, now you have seen, and if I will show you these slides where they have responded, the example this was not at the beginning. The what I have asked, it was from this was the example they have given, and in fact I have also concern in my presentation that concern about AI. Okay, so like amplifying humanity worst impulses. So the man was a CEO, or woman was a CEO, like you can see. So that is, again, we can enhance this is really a challenge. Like biasness is the issue with ethical issue with generative AI or AI. So how we can improve this by reinforcement learning about human feedback. And it is not only other example fairness and other examples also responded. So my concern is like generative AI we can easily use in education and other fields. So hopefully you are agree, you have seen what is the benefit and what will be the drawback of this tool. Okay, so today I am just here to share the thoughts on that, um, benefits as well as the limitations or the challenges. Okay, so what is the challenge? Like the human beings, they are going to lose their jobs again. This will not be there, like, yeah, impact will be on jobs will be there, but impact will be worse, or you can say the in a wrong direction, if we will not be aware about these tools. Okay, so despite of stopping your student, like here in Australia, it is really concern, because despite of end term test, students, they are submitting all their assessments on LMS. Okay, like, and we are forming different types of assessment. Some of having 20% weightage, 30% weightage. What now the challenge is how we will evaluate the student. Okay, so as for the governance, the policies are required. Okay, like if Turnitin score, Turnitin is also reflecting AI score. Okay, it is you have a student has completed that assessment by themselves or use any tool. Okay, like how Turnitin is showing a similarity score, AI score is also reflected by Turnitin. So by observing that this score is more than 20%. Okay, so this is really the challenge, like how you are going to deal these the students in the education line, that a student has submitted the assessment by themselves, or they have just used, or they are what they have submitted they know, or that they are aware about that or no. So evaluation of the student. Okay, because n number of tools are there. And why I have shared the questionnaire with you all is, like, you can, if you will write by yourself, there will be no AI score. But if you will use for as grammarly or for improvisation only, like what you have written, improve that, again it will go to 20 to 30% AI score. But what if you are not writing a statement from your end, and you are asking all those things that will be generated by AI, and AI can generate for all of us. Okay, so I hope what I want to convey to you is one is this application. Another application, if we'll see, like convergence. Despite of going that theoretical, I'm happy to share with you that convergence.ai. How many of you have used this tool?
Not only one from the audience, ma'am.
Okay, so
I
like
think
we
we are more equipped with ChatGPTs and Gemini,
yes.
I suppose. But yeah.
Yeah. So this convergence.ai is you might have heard about AI agents. Okay, like our Professor NP Kaushik sir has 5 assistants, suppose. Okay, so like helping hand. Okay, whenever any requirement is there, sir can call the assistant and ask for the work. Similarly, as an individual, AI is providing agents. Okay, so like I want to search for 10 research papers. Okay, in fact, I in the morning itself I have tried for, you can see here. Okay, so what instruction I will give according, these papers are downloaded. Normally what we are doing when we are identifying research papers, we are also going on Google Scholar and or any other platforms, and we are searching the relevant. So you can pass on the condition, latest 5 year paper you need, or okay, so what is your constraints you can put, and you can ask. Yeah, there will be limitation if suppose password is required, okay, for that particular paper, full length paper, and you don't have credentials, so that will be reflected, the prompt will be reflected accordingly. Okay, so the concern here is like how we can go for if you will use better, if you have your devices, you can go for that and write what you want, the proxy or the AI agent, what they will do. So this convergence.ai, they will provide you 10 hands or 10 agents or 5 agents based on your task, what task you are assigning. Okay, so like suppose I want to download 10 research papers on digital transformation. Okay, and like free, or you can say from Google Scholar, you can specify. Okay, so how this is working, actually learning of this tool is, now proxy is acting. Now that work has been started for you, and you can see in the right hand side, and every day, like 2 weeks ago I was observing the working style of this tool was different. In convergence.ai, it was showing that how it is opening Google Scholar, all step by steps were there. Now you can see that orchestrator or the architecture, and how it is linking. Scholar search agent is working. Okay, browser agent, you can see here that apart from that orchestrator, Scholar search agent is there. So this is one of your AI agent, and if required, they will ask for the another agent as well. Okay, so that is the work has been started for you. So and you can go for the for any app you want to search, that particular application will be searched, and there will be multiple assistant will be provided to you to complete your job. Okay, you can see that it is, and in fact I have half an hour ahead, I have downloaded 10 papers related to generative AI that I have shown. Once your job will be completed, that notification will come to your email ID as well, that your work has been done, and you can see from that browser itself. Okay, or that particular application itself, that that work is done. Proxy is executing the task, agents are being spun up, and you can switch between tabs to see them. Okay, so like you can see Scholar, this proxy is there. Another agent is also started working on that. Once it will be completed, that prompt will be displayed to you that yes, the downloading has been done. Okay, if I'll show you my email, you can See that in that the notification is there that you have completed your new files available. You can see here in the right hand side window preview. You can click on the download and you can see. Is it clear? You can see, and the application, hopefully, the what is the use of this convergence.ai app or LLM. You can see another, the 4 agents are started. This one is orchestrated, another agent, this one is another agent. Okay, so these are different proxies, they are working for you. You can check, and you can switch like what is going on from here. You can see how the list of 10 research papers on digital transformation, you can already see, okay, what is going. So the papers are downloaded. If you will go on my files, if okay, I'll go and you can check the timings. Okay, so we are at 26th of April, you can see, and you can download the file or view the file. Okay. Okay, so it's if you will go for this, so file view, if I will go, yes, you can see the paper detail. Can you see? Participants, please acknowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So this is another. This is the disruption, you can say, of AI tools. Okay, the LLM or generative AI. Now again, I will show you the for the developer. Okay, this is recently, I think, if you have heard the Google product that Firebase, it is full stack developer. Normally, ChatGPT and in and these other LLMs, what we can do, we, if any Python code you are running or Java code you are running, any error is there, okay, that all developer helpline was there. Okay, if you can identify the errors, resolve the errors in ChatGPT. Now you can develop any app whatever you want, just by writing for 5 minutes. You will not take 5 minutes. Just I want to develop one app, an app, as we are related to education line, an app for student enrollment, okay, for higher education, okay, for India or Australia, for whatever you will instruct, the that will be, so it will develop full stack. Now for computer programmer or like for computer students, you will go like develop particular web, that particular app or the project is there, so this tool will do that for them. It will take, so our aim is we should be aware about these things, aware your student about that, and then analyze how optimal, where we can use these tools and where we can't use those tools. Okay, that will be, but first thing is awareness is required. Okay, so if you think this only course category display, course selection, enrollment submission, this is not sufficient for you, so what you want, suppose in the enrollment itself student can submit fee as well and check the status. Okay, so all what else we want along with, so it will what that feature is added. Okay, suppose you in the enrollment itself you want to go for, though for attendance management you can go for another, attendance can be recorded for all subjects or units. Okay, so it's a second job. So how we will compete with AI in these cases? Okay, so quick solutions will be there. Otherwise, full stack developer they need months to develop those things. You can see all those files will be okay, I have agreed on that what is developed, and now the prototype, the application will be developed, and you can see that you can that interface or the exe file also, as well as all the uh, also you can check. You can see how the files are changing. It is in a rapid, okay. So this is what this is. We have deal with pandemic or COVID-19, but now what we were learning from decades, actually you can see that how AI is there, or AI is doing all the jobs faster than human beings. Okay, and how many jobs will be impacted? Mainly the uh, jobs of intellectuals, I will show you, they will be impacted more as compared. But the job will not be impacted if you will be aware about these things. Okay, we will be up to date. Okay, so uh, then it will impact less. If will not be aware, then it will be impacted more. Okay, so these what are the benefits, like, okay, yeah, this is going on, and you will see within short duration how this how fast this code is generating.
Saros, can you be little brief? One more expert is waiting.
Yes, yes, sir, surely. So some of the applications I have shown you, one of my video, like just I have like voiceover we can create. Yesterday night itself, I was using one of these.
Hi, my name is Dr. S. I'm creating this sample for voice cloning. I'm speaking naturally and clearly so that AI can learn how I sound and I can create in future the clone of my voice. Thank you.
So this is now you can, in fact, you can create your videos, okay, from the text, all those things. Also, there are different apps are there. You can use them as well. Like even labs are there, text to speech, voice over you can create, dubbing, all those things you can do. So I have created yesterday for myself. You will find some dummy audio clips. So despite of dummy, you want your voice to be added, you will provide the text and video will be created for you. Okay, so all these are like just awareness of these tools are required. And in fact, I'm also not doing frequently or using. On use, you can learn that how smartly we can use. And so despite of taking much time, like uh, what industries, I'll show you just that how the impact will be there. So on education and workforce training will be like impact will be more. Okay, 39%. Impact of generative AI on potential automation, 39%. Okay, legal professions, okay, 30. So you can see how these the job will be impacted. The examples. So what jobs, suppose a radiologist tasks. So you can see how this task will be. So interpreting x-ray, okay, that can be done easily with AI. Though all jobs are not done by AI, but high, medium and low potential you can see for all those jobs. So earlier it was the AI won't replace radiologist, but radiologist that use AI will replace radiologist that don't use. Okay, so this will applicable for all those things. And what is the other drawback, you can say that human extinction. Okay, so how the harm, you can see that self-driving car or the example of 2010 stock market. Okay, so these are some negative impacts of AI. And we are like, yes,
Ma'am, I have a question. I just want to ask a question. Let's keep these statistics and these records aside, and I need to understand what is the threat that will be imposed by AI, first question, and how safe are we as common people when we share our data on the website through the internet? Like when we share our data through maybe the social media and everything.
Like for example, there was a trend recently about the Ghibli art, right? And people were going crazy about uploading their images and personal pictures over the internet. So how safe are we when, as commoners, when we share these data at this level? Because that images, those texts, those images can be used anywhere, right?
Yes, this is the thread. This is the thread. Yeah, sure. There is no guarantee. Like what you are searching on Chat GPT, I have just asked, "Who am I?" I have asked from Chat GPT. Chat GPT has shared. Like if I have applied for any job, I have asked like create selection criteria for me. So you have applied for this job on this date, okay, and your profile is this. You have delivered the session. All those things you are dealing with these particular students. So my biodata was already there with Chat GPT. So we can remove, we can remove, but we can't. We are not sure that that will be deleted from the back end or not. So at this stage, this is security is a big threat.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, so our time limitations are there, and hopefully like several apps are there, and okay, we can uh, the thing is use them whatever the platform we can use, but like awareness is also important, and the challenges, the work is still going on that.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Any
Okay.
questions from the panel or the audience?
Ma'am, I have a few questions. First of all, really appreciate it, ma'am, as you discuss about the generative AI and also conversion. So, with the clarification, we understand a lot of them. Much appreciated. My question is same, but ma'am, a little different. So, as these days we have ChatGPT and then we have also this DeepSeek. So, as there is, you all know Harari, he's an author of the now he has a book by the name Infectious. Recently, I studied that one. He mentioned that so future will be AI. Like the job of the future will be agriculture, doctors. As you also mentioned, ma'am, so because you are giving the fact, the data, whatever like AI gives, it could be much more like we can say careers. My question is very short and very specific, ma'am. The question is that these days, even the teacher, professor, instructor, we are facing most of these students are especially scholars, so they are just one side, as we mentioned about the positive point of this AI. Another side is about the negative side. I'm talking about like the scholars they became reluctant, just they whatever they want, as you mentioned, just you're asking, and then even if you ask, the pieces will be prepared. And most of the time, so how the teacher should like prepare himself or herself, and how about the students or the scholars, how we should go about it, how we should keep them warnings. Just very shortly, if you have some tips, some points so, for the universities, institutions, this one will be very relevant for the futures. See, one benchmarking I will run and then I will stop. What we human solution is something real. But what AI is, they cannot have like, we can see the AI, they have not gods, they have not like soul. This is the things that is limitation of AI. But we have the feeling. AI, they have not the feeling. So can you just specifically answer my question regarding this AI or ChatGPT? How like teachers they should like prohibit their students and how we should give these students such kind of idea. We should not only do the copy paste because the future will be much more interesting because it will be the machine, so we will be relying. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And for this, what I'll say that in higher education, like governance, the conferences are related to governance, the policies or the disruptions. So if proper policies will be formed, like AI policies are required in the institutions from here Texa, like AICT will ask from all the universities, or UGC will ask to form the AI policies. O- okay, so that because if an individual department or individual university will not form the policies related to AI, then it will be difficult to deal, because this is really a challenge. Okay, so how to deal? We can't stop students to use don't use this AI platforms. We have to form the assessments in such a way that students can use, but they can reply, like We can form the assessment like use AI tool in that particular assessment, don't use AI tool in that particular assessment, so that student will be aware about that particular tool, and they will by human intervention we can judge their performance as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saroj. It was really a wonderful session. अगर टाइम की कमी नहीं होती तो शायद ऐसा लगता कि we can stretch it more, but we will definitely organize one guest lecture with you because it was really informative session and the students need to know whatever you have done till now.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Seema. Thank you. And thank you, Professor N.P. Kosik, sir, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Thank you. Bye.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time.
Bye.
सर कैन बी सुदीप सर 2 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लें क्या? I would like to thank you, the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you so much for your time. Now, I will request the technical session chairperson to be at the stage, please. And next in the queue is Dr. Parikshit Yadav. So before handing over to you, sir, I would like to give a brief introduction about him. Dr. Parikshit Yadav, he is the alumnus of MNIT Jaipur 2007 batch and the PhD graduate from National University of Singapore in 2013. Has demonstrated exceptional entrepreneurship leadership in electrical engineering, entrepreneurial leadership, and the clean energy. In 2015, he co-founded WPG, that is the Wired Box Group in Singapore, which now has operations in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and India also. As the co-founder of WPG and EV Charge, he has pioneered advancements in MRT, electrification, EV charging, and sustainable infrastructure across Southeast Asia and India. Notable achievements include leading MRT projects with Singapore's Land Transport Authority, deploying solid-state transformer-based EV charging for the Port of Singapore Authority, and developing high-powered pantograph-based charging for electric buses with the Tata Motors in India. Recently, Dr. Yadav was honored with the Young Achievers Award, Industry Entrepreneurial Excellence from Malaysian National Institute of Technology, Jaipur 2025. Dr. Yadav's contributions have had a profound impact on the clean energy and sustainable mobility sector. So I was going through the profile and I really found it very interesting that EV is the upcoming thing in India also. As you are already doing a wonderful job in Singapore, so I would just request that if you can cover certain points that what entrepreneurs can do to get into this business in India also. It would be great for us. So now over to you, Dr. Parishit.
Yeah, hi, thanks everyone. So, for this a wonderful opportunity. So, I just have prepared some slides and basically just wanted to give an overview about the different technologies which we are presently adopting, electrification of the buses and cars and everything. So, I can share my screen and yeah, let's see. No, I need to upload a file. Wait, just a minute.
ये सर नहीं, वो स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहे हैं सर अभी।
I can
ये
share
just
screen. Yeah, sure.
सर ये स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहे हैं, राइट क्लिक है ना? Just 1 second, sir. We are just checking our image.
So you can see my screen or no? I've shared my
Not yet.
screen.
Yeah, now it's done.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Let me hide. So I'm from an engineering background. So I'm not very sure about that whether I should be presenting the technical part or you want to know something else. So I will just give an overview about our company and what we are doing. And I mean, it will be quite fast one. And then we can have questions with regard to like how it is, how do you start a company, how do you run a company in multiple nations and all that. So we can discuss about that later on. Yeah. So first of all, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity for presenting the works which we have done over the last 10 years of time. So we started in 2015 as per what Madam has already told in the citation. So I completed my PhD in 2012, and after that I was working for a French company called Alstom,
चाय आप
and I worked for Alstom for 3 years. And then in 2015 we started WBG, so Wired Box Group. So we basically started electrification projects for Singapore. So we were doing the MRT projects for Singapore, and then in 2019 we started doing electrification projects. So what you see on the screen is our first project, which was in Singapore. So this is a flash charging, opportunity charging project which was done in Singapore. So it's a driverless bus. That means it's a autonomous bus L3, and there is no driver, and the charging also is autonomous. So we did this autonomous charging in 2019, and now in 2024-25 we completed the first proof of concept project with Tata Motors, and hopefully this year we will get a big tender, and then we can see that similar infrastructure for charging will be on the Indian roads also. So just to give a brief, so this is the company's vision. So basically, we are pioneers in electrification solution in the transportation, and we partner with our clients to design, supply, and implement effective and efficient systems. So presently, we are present in 4 countries. We have office in Singapore. We are working in Malaysia. We have office in Malaysia also, and we have an office in Thailand. And recently, we have started our office in India. So these are the 4 countries where we are presently operating. These are our customers. So basically, we work with all the big companies. So Land Transport Authority is in Singapore. Tata Motors is in India. Scania is a European company which has operations all over the world. We also work with ABB, and Changi Airport is the airport which we have in Singapore. So basically, for Changi Airport, we are working on the electrification of the buses, cars, and also there are some pilot projects going on where we have to do electrification of the airport carriers. And when it comes to Movita is a autonomous electric bus company. So we are providing them the charging solutions also for that. We work with Volvo, yeah. And then in India, we are working with Charge Zone. Charge Zone is one of the largest charge point operator in India. And we recently started working also in the marine project. So these are the 3 domains which we are covering today. So our vision is to create the world's most desired EV charging solution. So as you can see that everybody is seeing electric cars. We also have started to see electric buses. soon we will be seeing electric trucks, but there is a lot of work going in the background where there is already work going for the electrification of the marine vessels. So in Singapore, we already have started the project and we have electrified the marine vessels. Also, there are electric tractors where the farmers can use the it for agriculture. So those vehicles can also be electrified. We have discussions on how we can electrify aeroplanes. We are already working in projects in Singapore and in Malaysia, how we should electrify construction machinery. And Singapore's port already has the harbor machinery, which is already electrified. And in Australia, there are projects which are being executed by our sister company, where mining solutions are already being electrified. So as you can see that everything which moves can be electrified. So we are slowly replacing petrol and diesel engines from the electrification, I mean from the vehicles, and then moving towards electrification. So this is just the broad overview of the charging system which we provide. So that what we have is we have a centralized charging system which is in the center, and we can then have multiple distributed guns which can electrify the cars. So presently, what we see in India is you, or in other countries also, you have a charger where you have two guns, and the charging is not efficient. So when we make the charging or perform the charging using this architecture, then we have distributed charging, and when we do distributed charging, we are able to serve more customers. So this is the advantage which we have when we adopt this kind of charging infrastructure. So these are the different product portfolios which we have. So the first one is a DC electrified DC satellite, which is so all these chargers are high speed chargers. So the first one can go up till 300, 400 kilowatt, and the next one is up till 500 kilowatt. And then we have the portable chargers here, and then the last two are the ones which are for the electric bus. Yeah. So the future is going to be more towards very high speed charging. So you will not even feel that your charging time is more than 10 minutes to 15 minutes. So you will just have to go to a petrol station. I mean, not to a petrol station, but to a electric charging hub. And when you go to that electric charging hub, all you need to do is connect your car for let's say 15 minutes, and within 15 minutes you can see that your charge will be your electric car will be charged up till 80%. So with 80%, I think depending on the model of the car, you should be able to charge it up till 200 to 300 kilometers. So that is the future where the world is moving towards for the electrification. And when it comes to the buses and big heavy duty vehicles, we are even now going beyond 500 kilowatt. We are talking about 1 megawatt of charging. So with 1 megawatt of charging, the trucks can go up till 400 to 500 kilometers, and they can be charged within 40 to 50 minutes. So this is the range where the electrification is going to go. So this was just to show you the advantage of the dynamic power management which we have. So at the bottom, you can see that we have chargers which are standalone, which we mostly see in India. So the disadvantage of this topology is when one of the electric gun is occupied by a vehicle which can only demand lesser amount of power. In that case, that ideal power is destroyed, and there is a lot of wastage of the. I mean, you are not able to consume that power. Whereas in the above architecture, you have distributed architecture, and we are able to reduce the idle power to 10 kilowatt only. Whereas in the normal architecture, it is very high, 135 kilowatt. So this was one of the advantage of the architecture which we usually propose. And I think Yeah, let me just show you something else. So all these chargers are remotely monitored. Yeah. So my screen. So this is the cloud-based monitoring and management of the chargers. So all the chargers which we have deployed till now are all here in this screen. So if you go to the advantage of this is we can monitor all the charging real time. So presently, if you see that this charger is in Malaysia and there is a electric vehicle which is charging on its nozzle number 4. So if I click on this, you can already see that that vehicle can only demand 106 kilowatt, and it can go up till 784 kilometers, and it started charging at 5. Yeah, and it is still continuing to charge. So basically the we can monitor real time all the charging information, and we can even firmware, and all the complete diagnostics can be performed remotely. So this is the future of EV charging, where there is no human intervention required at site, or it will be very minimum, and all the interaction will be done only from the cloud. And then we recently also have installed the first microgrid based charging. So this, you can see that these are the solar panels which are on the top of the charging canopy, and we can see these are the electric buses which are charging. So this is the first of its kind electric charging hub which was commissioned in Malaysia. So we can even monitor its performance here. So all of this is remotely monitored. So you can see that there are three chargers with 18 guns, and only one of them is being charging now. We also have solar on top of it. So presently the solar generation is not so high; it's only 9%, and the consumption of this charging hub is only 115 kilowatt. Again, all the parameters can be updated remotely from here itself, and we can again optimize and implement different algorithms remotely. So this is how this charging hub looks like. And then now, since all these charging hubs will require human intervention also, because we have CCS2 charging plugs, so the future is going to be of this. Wait, let me show you the YouTube video, which is for the pantograph charging. So as you can see here, in the future, what is going to happen is we will have to install this kind of pantograph chargers, and when the bus driver arrives to the location, he needs to put the parking brake, and when the parking brake is applied, this pantograph which is on top will slowly come down. Once this pantograph comes down, then the charging will start. Yeah, it was just to show you the overview only. So basically this is the technology which will soon be available in India, and we are working with Tata Motors to do the first project in India. So basically, once these projects are implemented, then the requirement for the human intervention is very minimal. So all the charging will take place autonomously. And this was the project which was done in Singapore, where you can see that these pantographs which are on top, when the electric bus comes down, this pantograph comes also down, and then automatically charges the buses. So this is to show you the future of the charging, how charging is going to take place in the future for large electric buses and fleets. I think that's it from my side. So now we can discuss, because it was more of a technical overview, but I think the objective of this conference is something different, but it's okay. We can now discuss about other topics.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Ravi this side, Chief. Sir, I have a query that today world right now focus is on EV, but I have also internet that future is also in hydrogen also. And we have in the Mirai car also there, which is the first car also, which is using the hydrogen fuel for that. And in current time, if I see the conditions like India, I have a few news like that the battery is also bursting in between. Charging is due to the charging or and the pricing, and people are not ready to accept EV in EV mode. So, as a technology person, as an experienced person, where you see the future is going on? Either we are shifting to in future in hydrogen, or we will continue in EV sector only. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So this question is always asked to us. So the hydrogen, if you see the efficiency of conversion from hydrogen to, so it's called well to wheel efficiency. So well to wheel efficiency of hydrogen is lesser as compared to electric vehicle. So it is much more advisable to have electric chargers and use that electricity to charge the vehicles, because in order to have the hydrogen, I mean hydrogen, we have done some projects of hydrogen also. The challenge always remains is you need to have the supply chain for the hydrogen, and the safety of that also is still under in nascent stage. There is a lot of research that needs to be performed before hydrogen can be fully commercialized. And I think the next part is the supply chain. Mainly it is about the supply chain. So there is not yet a lot of hydrogen generation is not yet there. And even if the hydrogen generation takes place, the amount of electricity that would be required to generate hydrogen, I mean, only if you are generating hydrogen using renewable energy sources, then it makes a commercial solution. If you are using electricity from grid to generate hydrogen, then it is an inefficient way of charging. So I think in India we have a lot of land, and if there are projects where there is megawatt of PV charging, PV generation, and wind generation, and only when we use these renewable energy sources to generate hydrogen, then only the hydrogen will make sense. So again, it comes down to hydrogen supply chain, which is presently not yet present. So we will have to wait and watch what's going to be the future. But at least for next 10 years, we see that there will be a lot of boom for electrification. So there will be a lot of EVs on the on the roads. And I think at least in Singapore by 2030, we are targeting to have 80% of EVs, and all the electric vehicles are going to be electrified. And I think India also is going in the same direction, where most of the concern is on the electric buses. So I think most of the states are now procuring a lot of electric buses. So let's see. Yeah, we will wait and watch on that part.
Thank you, Prixit. First of all, for accepting our invitation for as a keynote speaker and a resource person, and we kept you awaited. You have spared your time from very valuable, and you have very busy schedule, but still you could make it. Thank you. God bless you.
Then thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ondrila, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs and your time. So, the other participants are ready, I hope. Participants and audience, you can go for a tea break for 10 minutes. So you can just go and have your refreshments outside the auditorium, and the break is only for 10 minutes.
So the first candidate for the presentation is Andrila Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much, ma'am. जी मैम स्टार्ट में So, very good morning, everyone present here in the audience, the judges, the panel, my dear faculty, and my dear friends. I am Andrila Bhattacharya from the Department of Psychology, Home Studying Global University. And today my topic is technology and inclusion, empowering persons with developmental disabilities. So before I start the whole presentation and before I start the whole topic, मैं आप लोगों को अभी स्टार्टिंग में ही कुछ क्वेश्चंस बताऊंगी, ठीक है? एंड इट इज जस्ट अ रिफ्लेक्शन अबाउट योरसेल्फ, अबाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट डिसेबिलिटी इज ऑल अबाउट. आपके हिसाब से जो पीडब्ल्यूडीज होते हैं या डिसेबल्ड पर्सन होते हैं, उनको लेके आपकी धारणाएं क्या है, और वो जो धारणाएं हैं, जो सोसाइटी की एक तरीके से धारणाएं हैं, वो इज इट अ मिथ और इज इट अ फैक्ट? बहुत ज्यादा डिस्कस तो हम नहीं कर पाएंगे डेफिनेटली ड्यू टू शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम, but these are some of the questions which will definitely reflect your understanding about disability. Quickly going through, disability does not define the identity of a person. Wheelchair is confining. People who use wheelchairs are wheelchair bound. People with disabilities are more comfortable with their own kind. They are less likely to have accidents and than the other employees. They live totally different life from people without disabilities. They can lead a productive and fulfilling life. and they are sick and in constant pain. ये questions इसलिए मैं portray कर रही हूँ, इसलिए आपके सामने present कर रही हूँ, because it will reflect कि आपका जो idea है और जो disability को लेके जो आपका idea है वो आगे के slides में मैं definitely prove भी करूँगी और आपको भी time to time पता चलता रहेगा। This is the slide जिसमें आपको एक बच्चे का पैर दिख रहा होगा और एक बुजुर्ग का हाथ दिख रहा होगा, depicting that disability is completely natural. It's a natural phenomena and it's a very simple fact. Okay? क्योंकि जब आप बच्चे रहते हो, बिल्कुल छोटे बच्चे रहते हो, उस टाइम पे भी आप disabled रहते हो, और जब आप एक उम्र में होते हो, like 60, 70, 80 या 90 years के जब हो जाते हो, तब भी आप कहीं ना कहीं disabled होते हो। कहने का मतलब है आप अपना जो काम होता है उसको बिना सपोर्ट के कर नहीं सकते, राइट? हमारे सबके घर में बच्चे भी है, हमारे घर में अडल्ट भी है और ओल्ड एज पीपल भी है, तो हमें पता है जिस तरीके से वो पहले काम कर सकते थे वो उस तरीके से अब काम नहीं कर सकते, राइट? और इस टाइम पे फ्रॉम चाइल्डहुड टू एन ओल्ड एज, इस दौरान भी आप अपने नॉर्मल लाइफ में भी कभी ना कभी डिसेबिलिटी को फेस करते हो, सेइंग दैट कि कभी जब आपकी एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, कभी जब आपका तबीयत खराब होता है, तो भी आप डिपेंडेंट होते हो किसी और के ऊपर, राइट? फॉर योर फूड एंड फॉर योर बेसिक नेसेसिटीज। डिफरेंस पीडब्ल्यूडीज और एक जनरल पॉपुलेशन में यही है कि ये जो एक डिसेबिलिटी का स्ट्रक्चर है, ये उनके लिए लाइफ लॉन्ग चलता है और हमारे लिए बस कुछ टाइम के लिए, कुछ एक फेज के लिए होता है, राइट? लेकिन to understand all these terminologies, developmental disability is influenced by both heredity and environment. Intellectual disability, जो एक developmental disability का ही part है, तो ID is a neurodevelopmental disorder which is characterized by disturbance in brain development. Inclusive growth की अगर हम बात करें, seeks to build an equal society and emphasize equal opportunities and outcomes. Technology की अगर हम बात करें, तो it is the potential of communication technologies and new media to revolutionize lives by creating a more accessible and barrier-free environment. Vocational training, the primary goal is to prepare learners for specific careers, making them job ready after completion. तो इस पूरे ये जो टॉपिक है, इसका आइडिया ही ये है to understand how can we put the PWDs or the disability segment of the society to work, so that country का जो हम किस तरीके से उनको include कर सकते हैं, so that कि country का जो economic growth है वो बढ़ते रहे और वो एक stagnant ना हो. The need for the study, according to the National Sample Survey (NSSO), the rate of intellectual disability in 2002 in India was 10.5 per 1,000 person. 2011 की सेंसस रिकॉर्ड ये कहती है कि 2.21% of the population comes under the disabled section. WHO reported that it is an additional duty of the government to provide them with all the facilities so that जो disabled segment है, जो disabled population है, उनको उनका एक to maintain a minimum acceptable standard of life. These create economic hindrances as well, क्योंकि ये lack of education करती है, reduction of working hours करती है, economic factor अगर हम पूरा एक total economic factor को हम देखें तो पूरा का पूरा country का GDP कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा कम हो जाता है. And definitely studies confirm the presence of a strong connection between economic and social processes at various levels of the society. Hence, the study explores how technology facilitates inclusive growth, demonstrate the role in technology in empowering individuals with disabilities, to understand the core issue, hence creating sensitization about disability, analyze the relation between economic growth and disability. So, अगर हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें and how technology serves as support to the disabled group or the PWDs is through the assistive technology. हालांकि बहुत सारे और ऐसे टर्म्स एंड टर्मिनोलॉजीज हैं जिसको हम यूज करते हैं, बट ये एक बहुत प्राइम इम्पोर्टेंट टर्म है असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी, जो कि हम एक हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट के लिए प्रोवाइड करते हैं पीडब्ल्यूडीज को. अब असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी क्या होता है कि किसी भी पीडब्ल्यूडी को हम टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए किस तरीके से सपोर्ट कर सके, टू एम्पावर देम, टू इंक्लूड देम, to make them feel equal, like जो equity की हम बात करते हैं, to ensure that every person has what they need to succeed, and definitely to provide them independence. ये कुछ examples हैं assistive technology का जो हम provide करते हैं. पहला आप देख सकते हो, it's a एक्सेसिबल एजुकेशनल मटेरियल्स, जो ब्रेन का स्क्रिप्ट होता है, पहले वो पेन एंड पेपर में यूज होता था, अब उसके लिए टाइपराइटर्स भी आ गए हैं फॉर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, राइट। एक हो गया आपका कम्युनिकेशन एड्स। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जैसे हम एआई टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे थे या वैसे टेक्नोलॉजी की हम बात कर रहे थे, द होल कर्सर इज कनेक्टेड टू द मूवमेंट ऑफ द रेटिना ऑफ द आईज। तो किसी को अगर सेरेब्रल पॉलिसी है, कोई अगर पैरालाइज है, तो वो रुकेगा नहीं अपने काम को करने से। तो व्हाट हैपेंस इज आपके रेटिना मूवमेंट के साथ, आपके आई मूवमेंट के साथ वो कनेक्ट कर दिया जाता है आपका कंप्यूटर सिस्टम, सो दैट जहां भी उस स्क्रीन पे आप देखोगे तो वो वहां पे कर्सर मूव होगा, राइट। देन डेफिनेटली मोबिलिटी एड्स, जिसमें हम देख सकते हैं कि जो मॉडिफाइड इक्विपमेंट्स हो गए, मॉडिफाइड व्हील चेयर्स आ गए आजकल। जो कलरफुल सा पिक्चर आप देख रहे हो वो है सेंसरी टूल्स। जिन बच्चों को या जिन पीडब्ल्यूडीज को सेंसरी इश्यूज होता है, तो उनके लिए हम इस तरीके के टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज करते हैं, इस तरीके के टूल्स हम यूज करते हैं। एंड डेफिनेटली आगे जाके जो स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, लाइक स्मार्टफोन्स, स्मार्ट टैब्स, कंप्यूटर्स एंड ऑल, ये सारी चीजें भी एक असिस्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी के अंदर आता है जो पीडब्ल्यूडीज को हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट करता है। And yes, when technology removes all barriers, right? जो PWDs के लाइफ में जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी को inculcate करते हैं, and when it removes all barriers, we all know what he can do, what he can do, right? We all know who is he is respected Professor Stephen Hawking sir, और ये एक एग्जाम्पल रहे हैं जो कि फुल्ली कंप्लीटली वो पैरालाइज थे, लेकिन फिर भी उन्होंने वर्ल्ड के लिए इतने सारे रिसर्चेस दिए हैं अबाउट दी एरोस्पेस, अबाउट फिजिक्स, अबाउट एवरीथिंग। इतने सारे लॉज उन्होंने इंक्लूड किया है अपने रिसर्चेस में, दैट वी आर रियली वेरी थैंकफुल टू हिम इवन टुडे। Also, the inspirational life of Shrikant Bola, who is the CEO of Bolan Industries. इनके ऊपर भी एक अभी रिसेंटली मूवी आई थी, श्रीकांत, नेटफ्लिक्स पे आई थी, आप लोगों ने अगर देखा हो तो ही वाज द फर्स्ट विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड स्टूडेंट इन मैनेजमेंट साइंस एट द सोलन स्कूल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट ऑफ मैसाचुसेट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट। तो ये कुछ एग्जांपल्स मैंने इसमें ऐड किया है कि जब हम एज जनरल पॉपुलेशन, एज व्हेन वी कॉल आवरसेल्व्स एज नॉर्मल पॉपुलेशन, जब हम हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करते हैं टू द पीडब्ल्यूडीज थ्रू असिस्टिव डिवाइसेस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, व्हाट ऑल दे कैन अचीव, राइट। वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग हो गया, डेफिनेटली किस तरीके से हम उनको ट्रेन करते हैं फॉर फर्दर एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी। करंट पिक्चर हो गया आपका, आई एम सॉरी द स्लाइड इज अपसाइड डाउन। करंट पिक्चर में ये है कि बहुत सारे एक्सेंचर में बहुत सारे आपके व्हाट डू वी से रिसर्च वगैरह के हैं, तो उसमें भी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी के बारे में उन्होंने बताया है। कुछ सॉल्यूशंस हैं जिनके वजह से हमें डेफिनेटली वर्क प्लेस की अगर हम बात करें, जॉब सिक्योरिटी की अगर हम बात करें, तो उनमें हम इसको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं। ये एग्जांपल्स, आई जस्ट टेक 2 more minutes पैनल। ये एग्जांपल्स हैं जो शीरोज कैफे है लखनऊ में, इकोस कैफे है साउथ दिल्ली में, और ब्लाइंड बेक्स भी है हॉर्स हाउस दिल्ली में। एंड आई एम वेरी लकी दैट आई हैव विजिटेड ऑल दीज 3 प्लेसेस। आप अगर यहाँ पे विजिट करोगे, इन कैफेज को विजिट करोगे, तो आपको एक्चुअली में पता चलेगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी किस तरीके से पीडब्ल्यूडीज को हेल्प एंड सपोर्ट करता है। दीज आर सम ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज प्लानिंग, और जिनके थ्रू उनको रोजगार योजनाएं मिलती है। एंड दिस इज द कंक्लूजन, बहुत छोटा सा कंक्लूजन है। इफ यू जज अ फिश बाय इट्स एबिलिटी टू क्लाइंब द ट्री, इट विल लिव इट्स होल लाइफ बिलीविंग दैट इट इज स्टूपिड। कहने का ये मतलब है कि अगर आप सबको एक ही तरीके से जजमेंट प्रोवाइड करोगे, एक ही तरीके से जज करोगे, then definitely हम उनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। Approximately 5 to 8% of the Indian population lives with disability, making inclusion not only a moral and social responsibility, but also a strategic imperative. Science and technology have consistently played a vital role. The urgent call of greater inclusivity stems from the fact that PWD often encounter barriers that go beyond the physical challenges, like limited access to quality education, healthcare, and etc. यहाँ इस पेपर को करते टाइम एक बहुत बड़ा रिसर्च गैप मुझे जो मिला है, दिस आर ऑल थियोरेटिकल एंड दीज आर ऑल ऑन पेपर्स ओनली। एक्चुअल लेवल पे, ग्राउंड लेवल पे किस हद तक काम हो रहा है, ये जो हम गवर्नमेंट सर्विसेज की बात कर रहे हैं या फिर जो गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, ये कितना इम्प्लाई हुआ है, इसके बेसिस पे कितना जनरेशन हुआ है और कितना एक्सेसिबल रहा है ये लोगों के लिए, उसके बारे में कोई फिक्स्ड और अप्रोप्रिएट पेपर मुझे फिलहाल नहीं मिला। सो ये एक बहुत बड़ा research gap hai, and with that, thank you so much for listening me out, and these are the references, and thank you so much for your time.
So this was a literature study, or
Yes, it was a literature study.
it was.
Yes.
There was no objective into this.
Yes, there was this objective. The objective was stated in the need for study.
I found only one conclusion, and that was again one statement given by one of the authors. It was basically, ma'am, definitely we are टाइम बाउंडेड. सो पूरा एक क्रक्स था जो समरी था, वो रिसर्च पेपर्स के थ्रू जो मैंने रेफरेंसेस लिए हैं, वो एक क्रक्स ऑफ द समरी निकाल के ही मैंने इसमें प्रेजेंट किया. And how many papers you have read for it? Ma'am, approximately 15-20, I suppose. Thank you so much. Good noon, everyone. I am Kaman, respected jury members. Today I will be presenting my work on change in rainfall trend over Haryana. तो ये जो वर्क है, इसमें मैंने लास्ट जो 10 इयर्स का बारिश का डाटा है हरियाणा का, उसको एनालाइज किया है. हमें पता है कि इन हरियाणा दे आर extremely hot and cold weathers are there. So around 45 degree Celsius in summertime. And the hottest months are May and June, and coldest are December and January. Haryana comes under semi-arid area. So semi-arid area वो areas होते हैं जहाँ पे हमारे पास बारिश तो होती है, लेकिन वो कम होती है, ना ही ज़्यादा होती है, बट होती है. एरिड वो जाते हैं जहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी बारिश नहीं होती, ना के बराबर बारिश होती है, जैसे कि राजस्थान के कुछ एरियाज में बिल्कुल भी बारिश नहीं होती है. तो जो हरियाणा में बारिश होती है हमारे पास, वो 29% जो बारिश है वो जून, जुलाई और सितंबर के बीच में जो मॉनसून सीजन आता है उसमें होती है, या फिर दिसंबर टू फरवरी जो रिटर्निंग मॉनसून सीजन होता है उसके अंदर होती है. नेक्स्ट, सो आई हैव टेकन लास्ट 10 year data grouped in 5 years each. Then according to that I have forecasted further rainfalls for next 5 decades. Statistics which are used in this are like average, what was the average, what will be the average, kurtosis, trend, skewness, standard deviation, minimum rainfall, maximum rainfall, all of these. So let's discuss one by one what are they. कर्टोसिस जो होता है वो होता है कि हमारी जितनी भी बारिश आई है उसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी अगर हम लोग ड्रॉ करते हैं तो उसकी पीक कितनी जाएगी. वैसे ही जो सेंस लॉब्स होता है वो हमारा जो डाटा होता है वो अलग अलग होता है. कोई ज़रूरी तो है नहीं कि हमारे बारिश एक बार में इतनी होगी, दूसरी बार भी इतनी हो, फिर भी इतनी हो, वो अलग अलग डिपेंड करता है.
तो उस लाइन को जो उस लाइन से जो स्लोप बनती है उसको हम सेंस स्लोप बोलते हैं। कोफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन जो होता है वो एवरेज कहाँ कहाँ पे अपनी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है, कितनी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है उसको शो करता है। स्क्यूनेस होता है जब हम लोग पूरा डाटा करते हैं, उसका मीन निकाल के उसको प्लॉट करते हैं, तो जो हमारे पास उसकी कर्व बनेगी वो किस साइड ज्यादा है, राइट साइड या लेफ्ट साइड, उसके बेसिस पे हम उसको नेगेटिवली स्क्यूड भी बोलते हैं और पॉजिटिवली स्क्यूड भी बोलते हैं। So now I come directly to results, what I have done for 2015 to 19 and 20 to 24. Depending on that, what I got for 25 to 29 year. So these are some statistical values, like what was the average in 2015 to 2019. Average was 4124.1 mm rainfall in all over Haryana. Minimum was in 2019, which was 255.2 mm. Maximum 328.70 mm, which was on 2017. Similarly, I can go through all, but it's shown there, so I will not take much time about that. This is the graph of rainfall. The straight line which is showing it is the trend. Like firstly we have higher rainfall, but at the end in 2019 it decreases very steep. So we can see that in 2015 rainfall was between 5,000 to 6,000, but later in 2018 and 19 it was less than 1,000 mm. Similarly, for 2020 and 2024, these are the data. Average was way less than previous ones. It is only 448.24 mm. Minimum rainfall was in 2020, that was 376 mm only. Similarly, maximum was 571.3 mm. That was in 2001. We can see a huge difference in this. As in 2015 and 19, minimum rainfall was 255, but maximum was 7,328. Here it is only 571 mm. This graph shows that even though the rainfall was less, but the trend that the rainfall was following was not that steep like we saw in previous graph. It was very steep, but this is following just a single line. इतना ज़्यादा गैप नहीं है रेनफॉल में, तो ये ज़्यादा ऊपर नीचे नहीं है इसका एंड पॉइंट एंड स्टार्ट पॉइंट. ये जो है, sorry, I forgot to change the heading. This is the forecast I did for next year 2025 to 2029. So here the slope is, there is a slope but not that much. जैसे हमने देखा 2022-24 के बीच में कि वो ज़्यादा टेढ़ी नहीं है, लेकिन अभी हम आगे देखेंगे तो ये काफ़ी चेंज हो जाएंगे क्योंकि बारिश चेंज होती रहती है. पिछले 10 साल के अकॉर्डिंग जो अभी हम लोग जो देख रहे हैं वो पिछले 10 साल के अकॉर्डिंग देख रहे हैं. अगर हम लोग और पुराना डाटा लेंगे तो हो सकता है ये ट्रेंड जो इतना नीचे की तरफ जा रहा है ये इतना नीचा ना जाए, हो सकता है ये ऊपर की भी तरफ चला जाए. लेकिन अभी जितना पिछले 10 साल के अकॉर्डिंग हमने बारिश देखी है उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमारे पास बारिश तो है, लेकिन वो थोड़ा सा इंक्रीज करके फिर एकदम से डिक्रीज करेगी क्योंकि एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर्स काफ़ी इफेक्ट करते हैं बारिश को. जैसे कि अभी पॉल्यूशन भी आ गया, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग भी होती है, हमारे पास नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज जहाँ से हमारा पानी ऊपर जाता है वो भी कम है. डिफॉरेस्टेशन भी मेन रीज़न है क्योंकि अगर गर्मी ज़्यादा होगी तो जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा टेम्परेचर कम होगा बारिश वहीं ज़्यादा होती है. ये मेन कॉजेज है. दिस इज द कंक्लूजन. हमने देखा कि फर्स्ट टाइम में जो फर्स्ट पिक थी हमारी उसमें ट्रेंड हमारा 7646.02 था, बहुत ज़्यादा स्टीप था. नेक्स्ट इट बिकेम 465.1. जब हमने देखा कि वो लाइन ऑलमोस्ट स्ट्रेट थी, उसके बाद में वो दोबारा चेंज हो जाए. हो सकता है कि इतना ही चेंज हो सकता है इससे ज़्यादा चेंज हो, इससे कम चेंज हो.
ठीक है, आप ये बताइए कि जो आपका ये टॉपिक है इससे सोसाइटी में किस वर्ग को क्या बेनिफिट होगा?
सर, इससे जो हमारे फार्मर्स हैं वो उसी अकॉर्डिंग प्रिपेयर हो सकते हैं कि हमारे पास इतना पानी अवेलेबल होगा, हमें गवर्नमेंट से कितना और चाहिए उसको भी वो पूछ सकते हैं कि हमारे पास इतनी, अगर आप लोग फोरकास्ट कर रहे हो इतना पानी हमारे पास आ रहा है लेकिन जो हम क्रॉप्स लगा रहे हैं उसमें इससे काम नहीं चलेगा। तो ये जो हमारी जो बैकबोन है फार्मिंग सोसाइटी है उसके लिए बेनिफिशियल है।
तो क्या प्रैक्टिकली इस चीज का पता चलेगा किसानों को?
प्रैक्टिकली सर मेरी कोशिश तो यही है, क्योंकि मेरे को जो आगे काम करना है वो फार्मर्स के लिए ही काम करना है, बारिश के ऊपर ही काम करना है सर। थैंक यू सो मच। एनी और अदर क्वेश्चंस? थैंक यू।
I have a question that which method you have used for predict the future value is that it is regression, multiplication, or prediction?
No sir, these are not future prediction methods.
So when the future coming now, it is just
Sir,
these
these values we can only when we these the things you are saying prediction. Those are just analysis, data analysis. You know, when we do data analysis, either any data. These are yes sir.
So what method you use for that?
Sir, there is not a particular method. We use mostly softwares like R stats, and all I did was using for MS Excel only, advanced Excel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kamal. The next participant is Vineet Kumar Bujani.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is critically analysis the role of advanced technique evidence in murder cases of India. According to Bentham, next. एविडेंस इज द आई एंड एक चीज बिल्कुल अच्छे से इस बारे में पता है कि कोई भी कोर्ट की एविडेंस जो है वो उसके आंख और कान होते हैं और उसी पे आधारित आगे केस का डिसीजन होता है। तो इसमें जो स्टार्टिंग हमारे एंशियंट टाइम से आई विटनेस की जो वैल्यू थी, उसके बाद हमारी मेडिकल साइंस आई, साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के एडवांसमेंट से आगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस भी आई। तो अभी जो हमारी एडवांस टेक्निक की जो एविडेंसेस हैं उसमें उसमें हमारे कंप्यूटर इसमें कंप्यूटर फोरेंसिक साइंस और जैसे साइबर क्राइम बढ़ रहा है तो इससे रिलेटेड मोबाइल डिवाइसेस आ गए और सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, डिजिटल ऑडियो वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग है, डीएनए टेस्ट, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस एक्सेट्रा। ये एडवांस टेक्निक की जो एविडेंसेस आज के टाइम में हमारे कोर्ट यूज कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट पेज। तो डीएनए की जो साइंस है इसमें ब्लड, सीमन, सलाइवा, हेयर लाइन और स्किन सेल्स हैं। और इससे रिलेटेड जो केस लॉ है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इन कैटेना ऑफ जजमेंट्स इसके बारे में डीएनए के की जो एविडेंस है इसका पुष्टि की है कि भी ये एविडेंस जो है काफी महत्वपूर्ण रोल जो है अदा करती है किसी भी केस को डिसाइड करने में। तो जिसमें सुशील शर्मा वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ एनसीटी दिल्ली का तंदूरी किलन का केस था, जिसमें डीएनए के द्वारा जो है आगे मेन एक्यूज जिसने मर्डर किया था वहां तक जो है केस को कन्विक्शन करने में कोर्ट को सफलता मिली थी। और इससे रिलेटेड अभी जो रिसेंटली है वॉइस सैंपल का केस है, इसमें रितेश सिन्हा वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ यूपी 2019 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हेल्ड किया कि जुडिशियल ऑर्डर compelling a person to give a sample of his voice does not violate the fundamental right to privacy under Article 20 Clause 3 and Article 21 of the Constitution of India. अब जो वो वॉइस सैंपल है इसमें हम आर्टिकल 21 जो है ये राइट टू लाइफ और पर्सनल लिबर्टी के बारे में कहता है, तो वॉइस सैंपल जो लेना है अगर कोर्ट उचित समझे तो वो जो है राइट टू लाइफ को वायलेट नहीं करेगा। तो इससे रिलेटेड जो है बीएनएस जो अब नया हमारा आ चुका है आईपीसी से की जगह पे, तो इसमें भी इसको वैलिडेट किया गया है कई जगह पे। और इसका जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है, ऑब्जेक्टिव का पर्पस हमारा ये है कि जो हमारी मेडिकल एविडेंस है, जो सैंपल हैं, भी उनसे किस हद तक कोई टेम्परिंग के चांस हैं, कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस में कंप्यूटर के अंदर जो हमारे टेम्परिंग का किस तरह से चांस हो सकते हैं, उस पे हमारे जो है उस पे रिसर्च जो है वो कर रहे हैं। तो इसका जो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव रहेगा ताकि कल को जो है इसमें इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस है और फोरेंसिक साइंस है, किस तरह की प्रिकॉशंस लेके इनको हम जो है कोर्ट में बड़े अच्छे से वैलिडेट करके इसको प्रूव किया जा सकता है।
विनीत जी, आप लॉ डिपार्टमेंट से
जी।
ओके। तो आज वर्तमान समय में जो हमारी न्याय प्रणालियाँ है, तो उसके बारे में आप क्या समझते हैं? उनका जो ऑब्जेक्ट है या जो उनकी वस्तुनिष्ठता है, उसके बारे में आपके क्या विचार है? क्या वो निष्पक्ष है?
इसमें सर एक तो ये है कि भी इतनी ज्यादा पेंडेंसी है हमारी कोर्ट्स में, जिसमें डिले काफी हो रहा है जस्टिस का। और इसके बारे में एक कोर्ट ये है कि जस्टिस डिलेड इज जस्टिस डिनाइड। जितना ज्यादा डिले होगा वो जनरेशन टू जनरेशन, तारीख पे तारीख जो है ये कहीं ना कहीं
यही चीज मैं जानता हूँ। आपने तो जो केस सोल्व होने चाहिए इसे उनको और भी ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिकल मीडिया है या जो चीज करके उसको और भी ज्यादा लंबा खींचने का प्रयास किया, फिर और भी ज्यादा हो जाएंगे।
नो सर, इसमें जो मेडिकल साइंस है, मेडिकल साइंस एक ऑथेंटिसिटी में आ जाती है। पहले जो आई विटनेस का था उसमें कई बार दबाव पड़ने के बाद वो मुकर भी जाते थे, लेकिन जो डीएनए साइंस है और जो सीसी फुटेज की साइंस है, अगर हमारे पास उसकी सीसी फुटेज है तो वो मुकरने का चांस ही नहीं है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस है, हाँ उसमें टेम्परिंग के तो चांस हो सकते हैं सर, लेकिन वो ऑथेंटिक रहेगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. The next in line is Mr. Sagar Sharma. सागर शर्मा के बाद है बीना देवी हरिजन, so please be ready.
टॉपिक बता दीजिए और ऑब्जेक्टिव और कंक्लूजन, ये जल्दी आप बता दीजिए, कोई बात।
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Sagar Sharma and I am a research scholar from Department of Education. And for today's international conference, I have chosen a topic which is focused on factors influencing the adoption and effectiveness of eco-friendly initiatives and waste reduction strategies in star category hotels, especially in the area of Delhi NCR region. There are some of the worldwide reports and statistical sources I have used for my paper, which are United Nations Environmental Program, Inter-American Development Bank, World Bank, Tourism Organization, the Colonel's Journal of Hospitality and Management, and Scopus, and many more. So for the today's agenda, I will be covering here the introduction of my topic, the significance of the study, what my study is contributing, the objectives, the methodology, the literature review metrics of my study, key findings I have done in my research paper, the conclusion, and some of the recommendation from my side. So we start from the introduction. As we all know, from the past 2 decades, 2 or 3 decades, the hospitality industry is one of the major contributing and booming sectors all over the world. But it is not only booming in revenue, it also booming in pollution and generating a tons of waste, which is non-biodegradable in nature. And for that, there are various global frameworks like Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations Global Compact, and ISO certification, which are emphasizing the hotels and pressurizing them to adopt the sustainability and eco-friendly initiatives and practices to support sustainable tourism. And in particularly in Delhi NCR area, where the pollution and population both are major concerns for the government, these kind of sustainable practices are very essential to adopt by the hotels in order to conserve the natural resources and to make environment eco-friendly. So the problem statement is there are so many awareness programs and there are so many campaigns which are globally run for the sustainable improvement and impact. But despite of all those things, there's still a scope and there is still some missings or miscontent in the implementation of those specific policies and strategies which will provide real-time outcomes and results. So the scope of my study is we will explore the eco-friendly practices and influencing factors in star category hotels of Delhi NCR region. And we are using a systematic literature review narrative here. The relevance of my study is completely basic on the need of the sustainable operations in hotels to reduce environmental impact and align them with global green standards. And some of the research questions are what are those factors that are influencing the eco-friendly and waste reduction practices in star category hotels and how effectively those are implemented to enhance the sustainability within the hospitality industry. The conceptual framework of my study is I have used theory of planned behavior, the stakeholder theory, and the influencing factors are the type of hotel category we are using here, the guest demographics means the willingness, the pay guest, the type of guest we are coming here, and the awareness and the marketing strategies to improve global practices. Adoption of eco-friendly practices, energy conservation, waste reduction, recycling, water management. These are some of the eco-friendly practices that can be adopted by any kind of hotel on any star level. And the outcomes for that is what is the impact on guest satisfaction, consumer loyalty, and the sustainability impact on the environment. The significance of my study will be showing the hotels are contributing 1% to the global carbon emission as per the reports of United Nations Environmental Protection Program 2022. There is a critical role in energy, water, and waste management by the hotels. The use of sustainability indicators essentials for the planning highlight the needs for the hotel industry to act on the sustainability. There is a very pressing need that the hotels need to act on the sustainability practices right now. The objectives of my studies are to examine the factors influencing the adoption of eco-friendly and waste reduction strategies in star category hotels and to explore the types and effectiveness of green initiatives implemented in these hotels. The methodology I have used here for my research paper is my study is implementing a systematic narrative review. I have taken the nearly 30 to 35 studies from the past 15 years, which has been studied in a systematic from time to time in order to adapt and to learn how the trends has been changed from the past years to the coming years. And both quantitative and qualitative approaches I have used here. For the qualitative method, to recognize and to understand what is the context and what is the trend going on in the hospitality industry regarding the sustainability, I have used thematic analysis of 31 peer-reviewed studies, and those studies are taken from the Scopus, Google Scholar, Science Direct, elsewhere. And patterns to identify the categories of green practices hospitality is using and changing from time to time. Qualitative For the qualitative methods, I have taken the statistical reports and finding some of the renowned tourism sorry renowned tourism companies from all over the world and also in area, which have been make me to understand the focus on the guest behavior, their willingness to pay after adopting these sustainable practices, and hotels performance metrics. This is the review matrix of qualitative data literature review. And next, these are the both of the literature review metrics. Here it has been found what are the key findings there and what is the gap they have pushed there. This is the qualitative data for my studies. Nearly 30% of energy savings have been increased through the green initiatives by the report of Chenek 2022. Guests in luxury hotels show higher willingness to pay for green practices than those in budgeted hotels. Means those hotels which are adopting sustainable practices, guests are also willing to pay to have a stay in those kind of hotels. And somehow reports are also showing that female guests are more inclined towards the support and engage in these eco initiatives by the hotels. And studies also show that there is a positive correlation between guest satisfaction, loyalty, and revisit of these guests with our green practices or green eco initiatives. The key findings of my studies are there are many green practices which our hotels are going to use right now. These are energy saving tax. For example, if we talk about 5-star category hotels, they are using a low pressure showers right now, because when guests go for the bath, they are usually tend to waste more water in shower. So to counter that thing, hotels and technical staff or engineering and maintenance team are using low pressure showers in order to conserve the water in that program. Green preference is strong in luxury hotels. Big chains use web marketing and SMEs use direct engagement. Guest demographics and awareness. Women, as we also discussed previously, women are more responsive to these green practices. Nationality and socio-cultural background influence those preferences also. And awareness improves satisfaction and loyalty programs. This is the statistical analysis of my review literature that I have studied 31 peer-reviewed journals, and from those, how many studies are based on demographic influence, how many are based on customer satisfaction, how many studies are focused on sustainability awareness and guest willingness to pay, and most importantly, most of the studies are including eco practices in their operations. Next. These are some of the statistical analysis. The conclusion of my reports or my paper is green practices enhance the guest satisfaction and loyalty. Adoption varies by hotel type, the type of hotel, the guest profile, and the awareness depends on the eco-friendly initiatives implementation. Need for continuous guest education and staff training in order to enhance those implementations. Eco efforts must align with service quality expectations. And these are some of the recommendations I want to give. Train the staff regularly on eco-friendly operations so that they will be more educated and more inclined towards these practices. Implementation measurable green practices, example energy, water, waste reduction. Use the certifications like ISO to standardize the sustainability. Raise the guest awareness through visible and engaging communication. Collaborate with stakeholders to share the best practices and scale impact. Next one. These are some of the references I have taken for my studies. And any kind of questions or suggestions, if anyone to give, then please, you are most welcome for that. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
What are the practices right now going in 5-star or 5% property related to the water conservation?
Thank you, sir. This is a very good question you have asked. See, in Delhi NCR region, there are many hotels which are using water treatment plants as the key practices in them to treat the water, to treat the sewage water, which is coming as a byproduct from showering, from many kind of departments. As a treating that wastewater, they are using water treatment plants and effluent treatment plants. For example, if we take place the Leela in Delhi, it is the only hotel which is going to implement this technique with a cost of initial 55 lakh rupees, and they are importing this technique. So basically it is also a technique, but it is also a barrier because it costs very high, and right now we are not having any kind of alternate sources that are made in India and that are generating from India. So this is also a technique, but it is also a barrier which is acting between the treatment of wastewater, sir. Any other questions, sir? May I route to you? Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
The next presenter, is Veena Devi Harijan.
एंड बीना देवी जी के बाद है सत्य सत्य साहब टुकुर.
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Veena Devi Harijan, Research Scholar, Education Department. I would like to thank the panel sitting on a stage and the audience who is here to listen to me. And it is a privilege to me to stand before you and present my review paper. My today's review paper's topic is Unpacking NEP 2020 Capacity Building of Teachers in CBSE Schools, Barriers, Enablers, and Pathways for Implementation, a review study on the Agartala region, Tripura. We all know that after 34 years of education policy, we have received new education policy in 2020, that is NEP 2020. And new education policy focuses on teachers' professional development. And for that, so many initiatives has been taken by CBSE because my topic is for school level, where CBSE is introducing so many training programs to develop teachers' profession. And it is the belief that when teachers they develop in their profession, they can give a better outcome to the children, and student outcome is also fruitful. So here in my introduction, that yes, as I said, that teachers development is the key education reform. So until and unless teachers are professionally developed, there will be no benefit in the desired manner. Agartala CBSE schools present a unique urban-rural implementation cases. As I have just shared, that I have taken Agartala region, that is capital of Tripura. We all know that Tripura is nearly outskirts from the India map, if we say. And there we find the CBSE schools less in number in compared to state board schools. But these CBSE schools, though it is less in number, it is spread all over in Tripura, in tribal areas and also in cities. But now the thing is that if we really want to develop our teachers, we need to provide the good support. And there we find problems. And that is why I'm telling I have made my review on barriers. There are so many barriers. If we talk barriers, we can say that as Tripura, in Tripura, so many different diversities is there, cultural differences are there, language problem is also there, their tribals are there. These tribal people, they are very rigid in their thoughts. They don't want to accept others' uh, language. This is the very practical issue I'm sharing with you all, that they don't want to accept others' language, and maximum these training sessions are designed in Hindi or in English. But these people, they don't want to accept any other language. So this language barrier is very crucial there. And this is the barrier if we talk. And obviously that urban learners and also tribal learners, there is a huge gap between this. And the educator, those who try to reach the centers where they are supposed to give trainings, they find difficulties to reach. Their means of communication is very poor there. And this is, and my objectives of this study, here I want to present that alignment between NEP 2020 and the practices adopted in a CBSE school in Agartala. It is very difficult. As just now I told, there are so many barriers and problems that it is very hard to adopt NEP's directions and policies in Agartala. And if, just now I said that CBSE is introducing lots of training sessions, that is a continuous professional development programs for the teachers. There, if educator wants to reach the place, they face problems, and also digital to highlight another factors such as digital tools, local training institutes. These are the things like when we talk about training, we should go in a hybrid manner, either online, offline, which gives a fruitful result. And also, in my objective, I have kept some recommendations, some suggestions that we can talk, we will talk. For my this review, I have chosen this methodology, CIR modeling method. In I have put this qualitative, then combines grouping review, data from policy, docs, media reports, institutional and research sources. I would like to mention here data from policy, docs, media reports, and all. These are my review helps, means my review. I have got the idea and more input from the CBC circulars time to time we receive. Yes, if we talk about the policy framework NEP 2020, 4-year integrated B.Ed. So earlier we would do B.Ed graduation for 3 years, then B.Ed for 1 or 2 years. Now, as per new education policy, it has become integrated to create.
Can we shift to the next slide, please? Sure. As we are running out of time.
Okay, sure, ma'am. These are the barriers already I have spoken, ma'am. The language and the infrastructure gap, then a lack of localized master trainers. Next. And these are the enablers. Diksha is a learning app where teachers can take continuously, they can update themselves, they can take trainings from there, NSCRT, diet, these institution also with the collaboration of schools, they provide lot of support to the teachers. Next. And these are the pathways for implementation. Though there are so many barriers and problems, but if we try to attempt all these things, we can minimize and we can have a good pathways for implementation. That is a localized NLP content and embed with the regional pedagogy, and then blending of a Diksha app, and also the feedbacks. This is very important. Generally, we give training to the teacher, but we don't take their actual feedback, their experience, which is a barrier. Until and unless we know their experience, it will be hard for us to develop new modules according to their needs. So conclusion here, like implementation of NEP in Agartala CBSE remains uneven shaped. by infrastructure challenges and the coordination gaps. Obviously, this Diksha, Nishtha, these Nishtha is and the teacher development programs and all. Early career teacher commitment is also a key driver of emerging positive change. Future reforms must be prioritized, localized training, teacher-led content, narrative-based feedback, integration. And these kind of measures will definitely enhance the quality of a teacher and the quality of training programs. These are the few recommendations allocated to dedicate funding on establishing CBSE specific teacher training hubs in Agartala and empowering teachers to co-develop training modules, expand the scope of Diet Agartala to include CBSE oriented training streams and certified trainers for targeted professional development. These are the references I have gone through to prepare my review. Thank you everyone for listening.
I have a query that these are the problems which we have discussed in this PowerPoint presentation. I think new education policy has implementation. If we are facing NEP implementation issues, I think government has given proper funding for everything from their side. And the thing about the language barrier which we have discussed and other barriers, they should be not discussed, I believe, in direct manner. They should be come as a problem. They should be based on the literature review. And the NEP policy which we are discussing, I think the problem were not came after 2020. They were earlier. They were also earlier. So I am not getting the thing that what is the use of NEP here. I am not getting this thing.
Sir, as you said, yes, you're right. These problem like trainings were there for the teachers. Trainings were there, but after NEP 2020 has been introduced, it has come with the new techniques. The same thing, but with updated material, we must say. Teachers were also there. Teachers are there, but the policies, the system, the tactics, strategies, methodology, these are having some changes, which is like earlier, yes, it was there that classroom teaching should be child-centered. Now the new names has been added there, like experiential learning, then active learning, happy classrooms. Now these kind of terms has been come and the module of training has been also prepared in that way, sir. And where the infrastructure and then these technical things, apps are also needed. So more and more advanced nowadays. So it is like very difficult after NEP and the situation still we face in a Tripura region.
My concern is that only that you don't focus on NEP, you focus on problem.
Yes, the problem is there, but
don't put the NEP word, I believe. I think the problem was you already listed and you are adding NEP. It is upgrading the system, it's not declining. If there is a decline, then you should add, you can add. If there is upgrading in the system, then what is the need of that?
Yes, sir, you're right. You said that every policy and everything is to develop, and it is developing. That is why I have also mentioned here the pathways and also barriers and same can enablers.
NEP could be the part of the study, it is not whole study. The result of NEP has to become after 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. You cannot decide today.
Yeah, definitely.
That implementation has to be putting now. Even it is not implemented throughout India till now. It is an ongoing process, but we cannot decide the result in today's time by sitting here.
Sir, here I would like to mention that I am a direct resource person from CBSE. So from 2020 itself started when draft was going on. From that time, these kind of training, new modules like Nistha and Diksha, Swam, this kind of app has been designed after 2020 only, sir. And these are the learning app which needs technology. And in interior region, if you find it is very difficult, sir, to impart these kind of all the policies, all the strategies, all the methodology to all these interior people. It is difficult, sir. That is why I am mentioning here. Trainings were there, obviously trainings were there, but not in that kind of advanced that where you will use ICT, where you will use this kind of Diksha and so on. Sure. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As you said, regional language. I have spoken here about Tripura, where tribal peoples are there, Bengali peoples are there, non-Bengalis are also there. And in tribal only, there are so many tribes, Kokborok speaking, Chakma, Riang, so many communities are there. And everyone. Yes, no, no. Just which I'm telling you, ma'am, I'm sharing with you. You have asked because yes, NP is also mentioning that the up to plus. Yes, ma'am. Up to class 5, the child should get education in their mother tongue, in their regional language. But as I have mentioned, there are so many languages. Ma'am, it is very difficult in one school to have 4 5 speaking language speaking teacher. Same time, the educator, trainers are not same. Suppose I am going and giving training, I can't speak Kogboro. Just a moment.
Ma'am, kindly let her finish her answer. You have asked a question, let her answer, please.
Thank you, ma'am. So many languages are there, ma'am. So suppose in one interior school, 10 teachers are there. We know in government institution, number of teachers are less. So that teacher, they are all Cockburg speaking, but I can't speak, even I don't understand. And same way these area, Tripura, tribal people are very rigid. They don't want to accept any other language, any other culture because they believe Tripura is their own and those who are outside, they should not stay there, they should not live there. That is why they don't learn. Like we try to learn so many languages so that we can communicate with people properly, but they don't do. So when a teacher and in government, how it can be that okay, you are Cockburg speaking people and here only Cockburg students are there. I will recruit only Cockburg speaking teacher. Can't be. So what you will see that out of 10, out of 100% teachers, 50% are non-speaking of Cockburg. Then there is a gap, ma'am. This is the gap. So here we find problem. When we give training, they don't accept because they don't understand. So there is a gap. So everywhere, gap is from up to bottom. Not only that in classroom, it is everywhere.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request all the participants to please maintain the timing, which is like for 5 minutes to present and for 1 to 2 minutes maximum for the discussion session. So the next.
ये जो स्कॉलर है अपने टॉपिक बताएं इंट्रो दें ऑब्जेक्टिव और कंक्लूजन.
So you just need to introduce yourself, your topic, the objectives, the result, and the conclusion. All right. So the next presenter is Tupur, and after that it is Sona.
Thank you, ma'am. Presented here, all the dignitaries, my colleagues, respected faculty members, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Shati Shahatupur, research scholar from Management Department, Sterling Global University. Today, my topic is Bridging Innovation and Sustainability, Consumer Perception and Satisfaction with Flipkart and Amazon. So let's talk about the background of my research. If we talk about the introduction part, I guess all of you are aware about Flipkart and Amazon. Nowadays, these are leading e-commerce platform in India. I guess all of you are using these platforms in your daily life while you are doing shopping through online, if I'm not wrong. So by my research, I will focus on consumer perception and satisfactions. Nowadays, innovation and sustainability are becoming key factors when consumer make their buying decisions. So, if we talk about my core objectives, there are so many objectives, but I will talk about only two objectives. First one is to understand consumer perception and satisfaction levels with Flipkart and Amazon in the context of innovation and sustainability. And the second objective is to compare consumer perception of innovation between Flipkart and Amazon. So while doing my research, the methodology I have used here, I have taken descriptive research design in my research, where I have taken sample randomly. Randomly, I have collected samples from 102 respondents. Though I have planned to collect samples from 300 respondents, due to time schedule, I couldn't do that. So my sample size was 102, and I have analyzed my research with the help of Excel and descriptive statistics. Here, my variables were independent variables were innovation and sustainability, and dependent variables were consumer perception and satisfaction, brand loyalty, purchasing decisions. My target market was Indian online shoppers, and I have taken into consideration some factors like I have kept those data I have collected from my respondent very confidential. And before taking their data, I have taken their willingness, like they want to fill up my research, like consent I have taken. So if we talk about the findings, key findings, what I got from my research. See, both the portals are nowadays back. Both the portals nowadays are very popular. People frequently shop from both the portals. So in my research, 39.22 of 22% of respondents, they have choice both the platforms. But if we compare between Flipkart and Amazon, then Amazon is gainer. Like 28% people have viewed Amazon as more innovative rather than Flipkart. Flipkart has viewed by 13% people. Next. This is the graphical representation of my research. Next. And if we talk about the satisfaction levels, then here also Amazon is gainer. Amazon enjoys a high overall satisfaction rating, where consumer rated 58% consumer rated Flipkart as a 4-star or 5-star, where for 51% consumer rated Flipkart as a 4-star or 5-star. So Amazon is also gainer here. Next. And this is also the graphical representation. My crucial part. This is my crucial part, like future future preference and recommendation. If a consumer is happy, then he will prefer this app for his further preference, or he will recommend this app to his friend and families to purchase from this app. Here also Amazon is gainer. So 47% people are recommending Amazon to buy from their website further. Where only 38% people are referring Flipkart for their future reference. So at the end of my side, overall conclusion, I would say both the platforms are doing good. Both Amazon and Flipkart show strong efforts in innovation and sustainability. Basically, consumer satisfaction depends on service quality, eco-friendly practices, user experiences. A balanced focus in innovation, sustainability, plus consumer need is a key to long-term success. Where Amazon excels in technology, delivery speed, product range. Where Flipkart stands out in pricing, regional reach, and local strategies. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Before I have a question that today night we are talking about Flipkart and Amazon, but we have a laptop, we have Blinkit, and they are replacing that Amazon and Flipkart because the earlier thing which we are getting in a week or 5 or 6 days, now we are getting in 10 minutes. And you believe that Apple has made a tie-up with Blinkit, they will deliver their future mobile through their platform. So earlier I think if these continue in India, I believe 5 years down the line, people will forget the Amazon and Flipkart. What do you say about that?
Thank you for your question, sir. I'm totally agree with your questions that there are so many apps nowadays are developing who are like delivering products within 10 minutes. They are like giving you commitment that we will give you delivery within 10 minutes. Where Flipkart and Amazon are taking 2 to 3 days. So here we have talked about innovation, right? So Flipkart and Amazon are also doing great jobs on innovation. Like they have developed one more thing that is grocery delivery also, right? So where in grocery deliveries you can get one day deliveries from them. You can take one day deliveries from Flipkart, from Amazon, both the platforms. Also, they are working on this side, like they are trying to reduce their delivery days. So I guess they will work on that. Thank you so much.
What? What? Uh, she was she was sixth. Tupur was sixth, and उसके बाद है total 17. मतलब 11 और बाकी है. A very important announcement, please do take note of it कि अभी आप लोगों के पास टाइम बहुत कम है because 2:30 तक हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर्स आ जाएंगे. अभी आपको फटाफट अपना जो भी प्रेजेंटर्स बाकी है अपना टाइटल, अपना ऑब्जेक्टिव और सिर्फ अपना कंक्लूजन ही देना है, ठीक है? So next सोनम, you have 2 minutes. सोनम के बाद है सारा बेनीवाल, then number 9 पे है प्रियंका सेठी.
हेलो, ये सभी अच्छी तरह से सुन, लेकिन आपका इस जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, इसमें आप जो पेपर प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, उसका हमारी सोसाइटी पे क्या इफेक्ट है? आप 2 मिनट में यही बताएंगे, टॉपिक का नाम बता के, सिर्फ सिंपल, ठीक है ना? समझ गए ना आप? हाँ.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sonam, and I'm from Social Sciences and Humanities Department. And
subject in English, and today my topic is the Divine Arctic Tales of the Forgotten Gods in the Novels of Amish Tripathi. So this is my topic, and I start with the introduction. So Amish Tripathi is an Indian author renowned for his mythological fiction series, particularly the Shiva trilogy and the Ramchandra series. So his works has resonated deeply with millions of readers, mainly due to his ability to blend elements of myth with modern sensibilities. So, through his the importance of forgotten gods in my topic, this is the topic of my research work, is also emphasized by scholars. This research paper seeks to explore how Tripathi's novel gives new life to forgotten gods. So, by focusing on the Shiva trilogy and the Ramchandra series, this paper will analyze how Tripathi portrayal of these gods and goddesses challenges the traditional boundaries of Hindu mythology and offers a platform for reimagining divine figures whose stories have often been neglected. So, my first objective is the revitalization of forgotten gods.
आपका 3 मिनट हो चुका है.
So let's conclude my topic. So Amish Tripathi's exploration of forgotten gods in his mythological fiction provides a fresh lens through which to examine Hindu mythology. Through his creative retellings, he researched the power of storytelling, preserving and reimagining the divine, ensuring that even the most forgotten gods have a voice in the ever-evolving tapestry of myth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Sara Beniwal, and उनके बाद है प्रियंका सेठी. Please be prepared.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic for my today's presentation is recommendation and management strategies for reclamation of wastelands using geoinformatics. So, wasteland are the degraded lands which have either lost their productive potential due to various biophysical and anthropogenic factors or have remained underutilized due to various constraints. So this is the false color. Coming to the methodology, here we have collected data using satellite imagery acquisition and ancillary data, including topo sheets, climatic data, etc. And we have used the supervised classification like maximum likelihood classifier and manual classification for the purpose. Coming on to the next, this is the false color composite of Nathusari Chopta block in Sista district where we have mapped the wastelands. Here we can see these are the various categories of wasteland consisting of sandy area, grasslands, grazing lands, waterlogged areas, scrublands and salt-affected lands which are present in the block. Now coming on to the conclusion. These are the management and recommendation strategies for various kinds of areas. First is saline or alkaline areas. We have different categories solutions for various soils like low alkali soils, medium and high alkali soils. And the techniques are we can use organic manures, adequate leveling techniques, etc. Next is coming on to the conclusion. From the above research work, we can conclude that there are various categories of wastelands and which are vulnerable and hence need immediate actions and strategies. Among all the 7 blocks of Sirsa district, Nathusari Chopta block has the maximum area under wasteland as we can see in this map. These various maps include grazing land, waterlogged areas, scrub and saline land. Thank you.
आपका सब्जेक्ट क्या है?
Geography.
Geography है. ठीक.
नेक्स्ट इज प्रियंका सेठी एंड प्रियंका सेठी के बाद है रूही.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Priyanka Sethi, Research Scholar of Legal Studies. Today, my topic is Law and Policy on Violence Against Indigenous Women. Indigenous women means tribal communities. The issue of violence against indigenous women is deeply rooted in historical, social, and structural inequalities. Indigenous women face various forms of violence.
Will you please summarize the law, legal side?
Yes, ma'am. Challenges and gaps. Major challenges include lack of enforcement, cultural insensitivities, and barriers to justice such as underreporting based in law enforcement and distrust of legal system by indigenous women. And gaps. In many indigenous communities, police and judicial bases along with underreporting of crimes create barriers to justice. Law enforcement agencies often lack training in cultural sensitivities, which results in recommendations, strategy, legislation, culturally appropriate, sports service, collaborations with indigenous leaders, public awareness and education. Conclusion. This systemic violence against indigenous women demands urgent legal reforms, stronger legal protections, and cultural sensitivities and coordinations between government and indigenous communities are necessary to ensure their rights are fully protected. Effective legal frameworks must be put in place to ensure the protection and right of indigenous women, addressing both systemic and cultural factors that contribute to the variability. While progress has been made in some regions, which more needs to be done to create an equitable system where indigenous women can live free from violence and discrimination. Priyanka said.
Next is Ruby.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ruby Beniwal, PhD research scholar here in the Department of Humanities, Psychology. I know you are all tired, but I want you to be a little bit attentive for 5 to 7 more minutes. My topic for today's presentation is intrapersonal psychological sustainability for development of self and world and its relationship with the multiple intelligences and ways to implement in society. Uh, I will talk about emotional sustainability, sir. So, emotional sustainability is individual's ability to maintain mental clarity, emotional balance, purpose, and meaning, stay grounded and resilient, ethical decision making, and long term engagement with personal and planetary well being. If a person is psychologically sustainable, then only we can create a sustainable planet or ecosystem. My objectives of this study is individual intelligences can be leveraged to create sustainable mental health strategies, and intrapersonal psychological sustainability leads to sustainable living system and ecosystem. Measuring intrapersonal sustainability mixed method approach I have used, and theoretical framework for this is mental sustainability, multiple intelligences given by Dr. Howard Gardner. Objectives I know what to say. This is for what I'm here now. See, multiple intelligences are these are a cluster of intelligences. It is not a single mental ability. Linguistic, logical, musical, bodily, spatial, interpersonal, intrapersonal, naturalistic, and existential. By fostering these, we can foster a sustainable mindset and sustainable planet. Apply practices and intervention. See, we can implement these by creating emotional regulatory bodies in schools and for teachers and in institutions. Um, a sustainable world requires sustainable minds that are clear, committed, and compassionate in the face of complexity. Intrapersonal psychological sustainability is the inner counterpart to ecological and social sustainability. As we seek to build a better world, we must not overlook the need to cultivate calm, clear, and resilient minds. Thank you. Any questions, sir? Yes, sir.
After Ruby, it is Pooja Sharma. So please, Pooja Sharma, be prepared. So yeah, Pooja Sharma.
Good morning, all of you. Myself, Pooja Sharma.
Sorry to interrupt. Just a moment. Pooja, after you, it is Rinku Rani. Okay? Rinku Rani.
My topic for today's international conference is groundwater depletion in northern India, a case study of Haryana. As we all know, water is very essential element on earth. Haryana is one of the agriculture developed state in India. It is also one of the prominent states in the country with regard to groundwater based irrigation development and water supply. The area irrigated by groundwater, the number of wells and the number of energized pump sets are all rapidly increasing.
एक मिनट, नाम क्या है आपका?
पूजा शर्मा सर.
पूजा शर्मा.
Yes sir.
कौन सा डिपार्टमेंट है?
Social Science and Humanities, Geography.
Geography.
Yes sir.
हाँ, टॉपिक क्या है आपका?
Water depletion in northern Haryana.
ठीक है.
My objectives are to study the current situation of groundwater level, to study the fluctuation of water level in wells, and to suggest some guidelines for declining water levels. My study is completely based on secondary data, which we conclude from appropriate and supportive data of water in annual report of Haryana Water Resources Authority. These are my findings. Haryana is water deficient state due to uneven rainfall distribution. Haryana is prominent agricultural state where mostly paddy and wheat are grown by peasants, by which the use of surface and groundwater has increasing day by day. Human exploitation of groundwater is causing the level of groundwater, especially in the freshwater groundwater zone, to declining more rapidly. According to the secondary data, water level data of June 2024, when compared with previous measurement data, that is October 2023, is termed as seasonal water fluctuation. These are the conclusion. Haryana's farming center has benefited greatly from groundwater irrigation. On the other hand, it has resulted in widespread overuse of groundwater supplies. Depletion of this valuable resource has occurred in a significant portion of the state as a result of continuous overexploitation. Peasants need to follow the multi-cropping pattern instead of growing wheat and paddy regular on their fields. They need to follow the rules made by government for their cropping pattern. Government need to make more awareness, especially in rural areas, about rainwater harvesting. Thank you, sir.
Next is Rinku Rani. And after Rinku Rani, it is Brijesh. And after Brijesh, it is Kanika Jain. Please be ready with the PPT.
Good afternoon to all present here. I am Rinku Rani, research scholar from Department of English, Sterling Global University. The topic of my paper is Delineation of Social Inequality in Buchi M. Tata's novel Second Class Citizen and the Joys of Motherhood. Objectives of my paper are to analyze how the writer portrays social inequality through Her protagonist, number 2, objective is impact of patriarchy and traditional gender roles on women's lives and racial discrimination. So there is an intersectionality of race, class, and gender, and that shapes social hierarchy and which make women not to live freely as a man. Conclusion. The writer portrays here that cultural practices are not fixed. So with the passage of time, we should rethink about them. The issue, two issues which I have taken. One is gender politics, and other is glorification of motherhood. So women, one character that suffers a lot because she fails to be mother. So writer here advocates that womanhood and motherhood, they are two different concepts. We should not glorify too much motherhood, that one woman, if she fails to be a mother, she tries to attempt suicide. Why? A man doesn't do so. So this is the question, and writer through this novel, Joys of Motherhood, tries to convince society, even Indian society and we can say Nigerian society, that we should rethink about glorification of motherhood. Women are also equally important if they are barren. It doesn't matter. Their personal development, their growth to society is also different levels. The other objectives are conclusion, sorry, that are women should be given chance to grow. They should not be categorized and they should not be limited to have some limit area. Ki, no, you can't do that. The main protagonist, they don't have access to education. All the time they have to struggle. Even when they are in Nigeria and even when they are in England, they suffer. So there is a many challenges for them. First, they are women. Second, that they are black women. So the story of writer herself is also portrayed. These novels have autobiographical elements also. Thank you.
Okay. Department English, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
नेक्स्ट इज ब्रिजेश एंड ब्रिजेश के बाद कनिका, कनिका के बाद मोनिका एंड मोनिका के बाद प्रियंका, देन एंड में मनमोहन सिंह.
Good noon, everyone. My topic is assessment of impact of transportation on air quality of Delhi by using GIS. My name is Brijesh sir, and I'm a research scholar in Department of Civil Engineering. Delhi is one of the most polluted city globally, suffers from dangerously high levels of air pollutants, primarily attributed to vehicular traffic. As we all know, year by year, pollution was increasing in Delhi due to traffic, and this is the main topic that I have selected for my study. And we can use GIS as a perfect example to assess the pollution patterns, and so that we can identify the hotspots and enabling the evidence-based policy. There literature reviews we have. Objective is just to identification of hotspots and creating maps of locations and to analyze the real situation of air quality in Delhi. That is the main objectives of my study, and for that, conclusion, last conclusion. Transportation significantly impacts Delhi's air quality, and GIS-built tools offer an effective ways to visualize, analyze, and respond to this issue. Integrating spatial data with environmental monitoring can empower decision makers to implement targeted pollutant control measures, and this study advocates the greater reliance on GIS in urban planning to create healthier, more sustainable cities. That is the conclusion of my study. Any queries, sir? Thank you.
नेक्स्ट कनिका. नेक्स्ट कनिका. and Monica. आ ही नहीं रहे सर, कितनी बार बता दिया हमको, पीपीटीज भी रेडी नहीं करा इन्होंने शायद। कनिका चलो
Hello everyone. Myself Kanika. I am a research scholar of Om Sterling Global University. Today my topic is the study of emotional intelligence and its applications on job satisfaction and employee engagement. In today's era, we have to apply emotional intelligence in our day-to-day life and also to the organizational status. We have various research objectives. That is one, to evaluate the relationship between the emotional intelligence and the job satisfaction among employees, to examine the effective emotional intelligence on various aspects of emotional engagement through a systematic literature review. Third, to analyze how emotional intelligence influence employees' attitude towards their role and organizational environment. Fourth, to provide recommendations for HR practices to enhance job satisfaction and engagement through emotional intelligence development. The emotional intelligence basically refers to the ability to use and to manage your emotions up to day-to-day life and to our organization, and to have a smooth running of business, organization, etc., and to have a employee engagement, because there is a lot of burnout in today, because the bosses are like they show their anger, show their low emotional intelligence to their colleagues, and which rather impact on their burnout. So I have studied this systematic literature review, how emotional intelligence is very important in our day-to-day life. Actually, I have read Daniel Goleman's blog. He said that emotional intelligence is having high effectively than IQ. IQ basically only limited to the degree and the salaries which will they get after getting jobs, or as a lawyer, as doctor, as whenever they are in profession. But emotional intelligence has them to retain their position, to retain their value in the organization. There's the importance of my research in organization, as this the study was important because it enabled me to better understand the psychological components which generally influences how workers behave in a workplace or in a society with their employees, with their upper authorities, etc. Given that we spend a significant amount of our life at work, as we have already, it is imperative that we search for elements that generally contribute to increased productivity. Future research directions for my research is empirical validation for the purpose model across industries and culture, longitudinal studies to assess the long-term impact of emotional intelligence or EQ on engagement, examination of EI's role in remote and hybrid work settings, exploring the influence of demographic variables on EI and job outcomes. Limitation for my research is that it is a primary data, is not used, it is based on the systematic literature review, and further I will make sure to have a primary data to make a questionnaire and there are other instruments that will help. Okay, thank you.
Next is Monica, and Monica के बाद है Priyanka and Manmohan Singla.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I am Monica, research scholar, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, and I am here to present my topic is machine learning technique in the prediction of cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease are the disorder of the heart and blood vessels. These are the objectives of my research: to explore about the predictions analysis of cardiovascular disease with traditional and ANN based techniques, and to develop a machine learning based prediction algorithm for early diagnosis of cardiovascular disease utilizing image dataset. Develop Developing AI model based on deep learning and machine learning to analyze complex data set into a heart disease prediction so that we can analyze, we can train the model with the training data and test data, and then we
डिपार्टमेंट आपका
कंप्यूटर साइंस एंड इंजीनियरिंग
तो आराम से रिलैक्स होके
वो सर वो जल्दी जल्दी
वो छोड़ दो उनको, आप रिलैक्स होके आप 2 मिनट जो भी बोल रहे हैं रिलैक्स होके बोलिए। आपका देखो अभी सिर्फ क्या टॉपिक है वो चीज ठीक है, आपका कॉन्फिडेंस आप दिखाइए कि आपके अंदर कितना कॉन्फिडेंस। ओके
अभी सर बेसिकली मेरा मतलब जो रिसर्च वर्क है अभी तक के जितने हमारे ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल्स हैं, जो प्रिडिक्शंस मॉडल हैं, उनके मतलब अभी तक क्या है, सिर्फ उन्होंने क्या किया, सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बेस्ड डेटा के ऊपर काम किया है। जो मेरा जो ये मॉडल है, जो मतलब एआई टेक्निक्स के थ्रू डीप लर्निंग में कन्वोल्यूशनल न्यूरल नेटवर्क के तहत वो क्या करेगा सर, इमेज डेटा सेट के ऊपर भी काम करेगा। जैसे हमारा हार्ट डिजीज प्रेडिक्शंस में जो है आगे पेशेंट की जितने भी एट्रीब्यूट्स हैं उनको लेके, जैसे गैगल है सर, रेस्पिरेटरी है, हमने उसमें से कुछ एक एट्रीब्यूट सेट से उठाए हैं, जैसे कि पेशेंट की जो एज है वो कैसे फैक्टर वो उसको मतलब करता है, उसके बाद उसका जेंडर है, उसकी मतलब लाइफस्टाइल है सर, ये सारे फैक्टर कैसे मतलब उसके ऊपर काम करते हैं। तो वो हाँ जी सर, अभी बस हाँ जी, थैंक यू सर।
नेक्स्ट है प्रियंका। एंड प्रियंका के बाद है मनमोहन सिंगला।
English.
Good afternoon all. Myself Priyanka, research scholar of this dignitary esteemed OSU University, and I'm pursuing a PhD under supervision Dr. Raja, Assistant Professor of the English Department of OSU. And my topic, as you see, the identity, autonomy, and relationship with fasting and feasting, written by Anita Desai. She is a renowned writer of English language, and we know that her main motive is to write in psychology based. All the notes are almost psychology based. So I chose my topic to tell the readers and learners who are readers and the writers that how it impacts the society. So my objective is to explore the intricate angles of identity, autonomy, and relationship in the besides fasting feasting. I chose this novel was chosen for Booker Prize. So through the writing and we can see that the psychology has a very deep impact on human. So it's going to investigate how characters narrative reflect the struggle with identity. Autonomy means their own self-freedom. How to free? Because we know that our children, we make them sure that you do that, you do this, and they are under parents' control. So Anita Desai's fasting feasting has the resultancy on our understanding of the human experience, revealing the complexities of identity, autonomy relationship, distractions tied to unconscious motivations, internationalized relationships, and cultural influences that shape individual experiences, offering profound insight into the human psyche and the intricacies of human relations. Early relationship shape individual development identity. So this is. Thank you.
मनमोहन सिंगला, हाँ आइए।
Good afternoon, one and all present here. First, I want to thank all the dignitaries on the stage and my research mates. My topic is of research paper presentation is, so next slide. It's the first slide. First slide, sir. It's third slide. Yeah. So, next. Okay. So my topic is AI-driven keyword strategies enhancing search engine visibility. Nowadays, it is very important, and it is a topic also of our international conference, that emerging technology and business transformation through AI and IoT things, Internet of Things. What businessman is doing is, businessman is making their website to promote their business, and Google, Yahoo, and Bing, these are the search engine which are adapting this AI technology due to modernization, and also they have many technology and developers with them. But right now, the traditional business which are going online, they don't have such ideas. Why they don't have such ideas? Because they are dependent upon developers and digital marketers. So this strategy, this paper of AI-driven keyword strategy is very important. Next slide. So I want to thank my guide, Dr. Suresh Sharma sir, who have guided me for this research paper and to fulfill my main objective of thesis to study and design of AI model so that website ranking can be enhancing. So हम समझते हैं कि हम कभी भी कोई वेबसाइट को काम करते हैं तो हर यूजर गूगल पर जाता है. जब गूगल पर यूजर जाता है तो वो अपनी एक क्वेरी सर्च करता है जिसके रिलेटेड उसे रिजल्ट मिलते हैं. तो ट्रेडिशनल मेथड क्या था, जो रिजल्ट सर्च आ रहे थे वो वेबसाइट थी. गूगल इज गिविंग अ ट्रेंडिंग रिजल्ट एंड पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट, बट कई बार यूजर की इंटेंशन पर काम नहीं हो पाता है, और वो इसलिए नहीं हो पाता है क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनल मेथड वी आर फॉलोइंग. Nowadays AI is coming and has come, so my research is with that only कि I have developed the AI model which will help this website owner to develop the website according to Google. So I have followed three methods. Next slide. Yeah. So I have followed the three main reasons. Like we will having a good model also, methodology also. Like we read about regression, clustering, and Google bar. So what I have done is regression. In regression, I have taken linear regression also and multiple also, because हमारी जो वेबसाइट है, अगर हमारी वेबसाइट की स्पीड सही नहीं होगी तो यूजर क्या होगा, लेफ्ट आउट फील करेगा, यूजर वेबसाइट को छोड़ के चला जाएगा. अगर ऐसा हो रहा है तो उसकी वेबसाइट रैंकिंग डिक्रीज होगी. एट द सेम टाइम जो यूजर एंगेज नहीं होगा, उसको जो चीज चाहिए वो उसे नहीं मिलेगी तो भी वेबसाइट छोड़ के जाएगा. तो दीज ऑल आर इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स. डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल जो हमें प्रेडिक्ट करने हैं वो ये करने हैं कि रैंकिंग एंड स्पीड विल आल्सो इफेक्ट द रैंकिंग ऑन वेबसाइट, जो कि गूगल का भी एक केस है. तो वो मैं लीनियर रिग्रेशन से फॉलो करूंगा. क्लस्टरिंग के अंदर क्या है कि बहुत सारे कीवर्ड्स हैं. लाइक एग्जांपल लेते हैं इटालियन फूड. इफ समवन इज सर्चिंग इटालियन फूड, तो क्या होता था पास्ट में कि जो रिजल्ट आते थे उसको लगता था इटालियन फूड के बारे में जानना चाह रहा है, तो मोस्टली विकिपीडिया रिजल्ट आते थे. बट नाउअडेज व्हाट एआई हैज गिवन कि हु इज सर्चिंग, अगर उसने पास्ट में वो फूडी है, बहुत खाने का पसंदीदा बंदा है, तो वो क्या करेगा, गूगल पे अगर वो इटालियन फूड सर्च कर रहा है तो इवन ये हो सकता है वो खाना चाहता हो. तो व्हाट गूगल इज डूइंग कि उसको रिजल्ट शो कर रहा है रेस्टोरेंट आल्सो, इटालियन फूड होता क्या है, कहां का है. बट दीज एक्टिविटी गूगल इज नोइंग बट द वेबसाइट ओनर इज नॉट नोइंग. तो हमने जो एआई मॉडल हम बना रहे हैं उसमें क्या होगा कि ये जो वेबसाइट ओनर है ये उस मॉडल से प्रेडिक्ट कर पाएंगे कि हमें और कौन कौन से कीवर्ड यूज करने हैं. दैट इज द इंटेंट टारगेटिंग. और इंटेंट टारगेटिंग में कोई भी चीज अगर हम लेंगे तो 3 फनल फॉलो होगा. 3 फनल कैसे होगा, अगर हमें आज लैपटॉप लेना है तो हम लैपटॉप के बारे में पहले सर्च करेंगे कौन सा लूं, गेमिंग लैपटॉप लूं. अगर एक बिजनेसमैन है तो वो वर्किंग के लिए लेगा, एक गेमिंग बंदा गेमिंग के लिए लेगा, एक प्रोफेशनल है तो वो हाईटेक लैपटॉप लेगा. तो पहले इंफॉर्मेशनल, तो दिस इज इंफॉर्मेशनल इंटेंट. उसके बाद उसका बजट आ जाता है तो उसको हमने डिवाइड किया कमर्शियल इंटेंट. उसके बाद ट्रांजैक्शनल इंटेंट जो उसके बिहेवियर से है. तो मैं इसको एक ट्रेडिशनल मेथड से फॉलो करना चाहूंगा सर, इफ यू गिव मी टाइम. हम कई बार शॉप पे जाते हैं तो कई बार शॉपकीपर बोलता है कि यार तूने इसके साथ टाइम वेस्ट किया. बोलते यार क्यों, बोले पता ही लग रहा था ये नहीं खरीदेगा. तो ये इंटेंट हम मशीन लर्निंग को कैसे लर्न कराएंगे कि एडेप्टिव कैसे कराएंगे, क्योंकि एआई तो है एमएल. तो वो ही हमारे जो इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स है उनका हम मल्टीपल ग्राफ बनाकर डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल का लीनियर रिग्रेशन फॉलो करेंगे. साथ ही साथ क्लस्टरिंग भी, क्योंकि इसमें कुछ ना कुछ अनसुपरवाइज लर्निंग भी आएगी. तो अनसुपरवाइज लर्निंग के लिए मैंने क्या किया है, हमने क्लस्टर ऑफ कीवर्ड्स निकाले. एक एग्जांपल सर, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. सर आगे ये तो लिटरेचर ही हुआ।
ये नेक्स्ट है, रेडी रहना भाई, जिसका है नेक्स्ट
सर लास्ट ही हुआ।
कोई बात नहीं, आप करिए, आप कंटिन्यू करिए
सर। और नेक्स्ट बस ये पीछे सर यू कैन सी कि अगर हम एक लिस्ट बनाएं कि कोई यूजर में सर्च कर रहा है एआई कीवर्ड रिसर्च, कीवर्ड क्लस्टरिंग टूल, बेस्ट कीवर्ड टूल्स, ये सारे कीवर्ड्स हैं जो एक यूजर सर्च करता है गूगल पर जाकर। तो हम इसमें क्लस्टरिंग मेथड में क्या कर सकते हैं कि एक वेबसाइट ओनर इसको क्लस्टर कर सकता है। अगर क्लस्टर किया तो मैंने क्या आया, सेकंड स्लाइड सर, तो मैंने इसमें एक क्लस्टर बनाया जिसमें मैंने टॉपिक लिए कि कोई गूगल पे सर्च कर रहा है एआई कीवर्ड रिसर्च, कीवर्ड क्लस्टरिंग टूल, बेस्ट कीवर्ड टूल 2025, एआई एसईओ टूल। तो मैंने इसका क्लस्टर बनाकर एक वेबसाइट ओनर को बोला, व्हाई यू डोंट राइट अबाउट द टॉपिक टॉप एआई टूल्स फॉर कीवर्ड रिसर्च इन 2025। यहां पर हर टाइप के यूजर का इंटेंट फॉलो हो जाएगा। अदरवाइज ट्रेडिशनल मेथड में हर बंदा ये सोच रहा था तो माय एआई टूल, माय एआई मेथोडोलॉजी, व्हेन आई विल बी गिविंग कमांड टू पाइथन, तो हमारे पास सजेशन आ जाएंगे कि ये कीवर्ड्स भी हैं जिसको आपको माइंड में लेकर अपने पैराग्राफ में फुलफिल करना है। और उस टेक्नोलॉजी को हम बोलेंगे ऑन पेज एसईओ, सर्च इंजन ऑप्टिमाइजेशन। पर जब हम वेबसाइट के ऊपर काम करते हैं कोई भी मेथड तो उसको ऑन पेज बोला जाता है। तो उस ऑन पेज के अंदर हम डिपेंड करेंगे कि हमारे जो ग्राफिकल वर्क है और जो कंटेंट है उसको फुलफिल किया जाए। उसके बाद आता है गूगल बर्ड, जो थर्ड चीज है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। गूगल बर्ड जो है वो एल्गोरिदम है जिसके अंदर गूगल ने ये टेक्नोलॉजी निकाली थी कि जो कीवर्ड है उसको बाय डायरेक्शनल फॉलो किया जाए, फ्रंट से भी और बैक से भी पढ़ा जाए और उसके डिपेंडेंट टॉपिक्स भी पढ़े जाएं, सो दैट हम समझ पाए कि यूजर एक्चुअल में क्या चाहता है। कई बार हमारे साथ होता है कि हमें मांगा गया है कि टॉप 30 एसईओ टेक्निक्स हमें चाहिए। फॉर एग्जांपल हम अगर आज गूगल पे सर्च करें टॉप 20 एमबीए कॉलेज इन हरियाणा, तो आपकी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो टॉप 20 है, नॉट 10, नॉट 5। तो इसके लिए गूगल रैंक ब्रेन एल्गोरिदम ने अपना तो एल्गोरिदम बना दिया, बट वेबसाइट ओनर के पास कुछ भी नहीं है। तो माय टूल विल हेल्प कि हाउ एलएसआई कीवर्ड विल हेल्प। व्हाट इज एलएसआई? लेटेंट सिमेंटिक इंडेक्सिंग, मतलब पार्शियल सिमिलर कीवर्ड्स जो कि उसके लिए फुलफिल होंगे। तो इसको हमने कंक्लूड किया, इससे हमारा जो मॉडल तैयार होगा, इससे हमारा जो रिजल्ट आएंगे वो क्या आएंगे नेक्स्ट, जो हमने फॉलो भी किए, जो आपको मैंने चार्ट दिया हुआ है सर। हमने टॉप 100 वेबसाइट को स्टडी करके 3 डिफरेंट टूल जो कि पेड थे उनको लेकर हमने डाटा शीट तैयार करी है और कम से कम 1000 वेबसाइट पर काम हो रहा है। तो उसमें सर नेक्स्ट रिजल्ट्स में आ जाएंगे। यस, तो हमने इसमें देखा है कि सीटीआर जो इंक्रीज होगा वो 18% होगा। क्लिक थ्रू रेट, मतलब गूगल पर कोई जा रहा है और उसको रिजल्ट दिख रहे हैं तो क्लिक करेगा। क्लिक डिवाइड बाय इंप्रेशन इनटू 100 इज सीटीआर, और सीटीआर भी दोनों है, ऑर्गेनिक एंड पेड। इसका एक बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल मैं लेना चाहूंगा इस रिजल्ट के अंदर। अगर किसी का क्रिमिनल लॉयर का काम है और क्रिमिनल लॉयर कह रहा है कि मुझे गूगल पर एड लगानी है, तो वो कभी भी नहीं चाहेगा कि कोई फ्री क्रिमिनल लॉयर सर्च करे तो उसकी एड दिखे। अगर वो एड दिखी तो उसके लिए पैसे की वेस्टेज होगी, तो उसमें भी सीटीआर की वैल्यू इंक्रीज होगी। ऑर्गेनिक ट्रैफिक जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है वो 22% ग्रो होगा। ये हम स्टैट इसलिए बोल पा रहे हैं क्योंकि ये हमने अपनी 5 to 6 वेबसाइट पे 3 महीने की रिसर्च पे दिखाया, जो मैंने आपको डाटा शेयर भी किया है। बाउंस रेट रिड्यूस, बाउंस रेट मींस अभी मैंने बताया साइट पर कोई गया तुरंत छोड़ दी साइट, तो साइट अगर तुरंत छोड़ेगा तो अच्छी बात नहीं है, तो बाउंस रेट इंक्रीज होगा। दिस विल आल्सो बी द प्रेडिक्शन वेरिएबल, जो डॉट वेरिएबल है, इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल बाउंस रेट होगा। इसको हम शो करेंगे कहां पर? नेगेटिव रिग्रेशन में, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे बाउंस रेट बढ़ेगा वैल्यू ऑफ ट्रैफिक भी बढ़ेगी। उसके बाद आता है केस स्टडी जो हमने की थी ई कॉमर्स वेबसाइट, तो हमने देखा कि ई कॉमर्स वेबसाइट पे 30% ग्रोथ का ऑर्गेनिक ट्रैफिक का हुआ है। और आई थिंक ऑर्गेनिक ट्रैफिक इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि लोगों को भी पता लग गया है कि पैसे देकर कोई भी टॉप पर रिजल्ट ला सकता है, तो फ्री पर वो पहले क्लिक करते हैं, जिसके अंदर टाइटल का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करता है। तो दिस वाज माय रिसर्च एंड टू सपोर्ट दिस आई हैव अदर थिंग्स आल्सो।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत
थैंक यू सर,
थैंक यू कॉमरेड। ये टॉपिक दिखाना आपका क्या था?
Now I invite Mr. Pitambar Pathak, and the next will be Shivlal Karan from Humanities. Sir, please be in line.
ये आप पे सिर्फ ऑब्जेक्टिव और कंक्लूजन, ठीक है ना? आपका भी है क्या? ये नेक्स्ट आपका है? ठीक है, आपका तो परसों हो ही गया है, मेरे पास ही थे आप परसों भी, तो आज आप कंक्लूजन बता दीजिए, टॉपिक बता दीजिए।
Okay.
ठीक है,
Thank you, respected professors and everyone. Very good afternoon. My topic is nutritional status and dietary pattern of adolescent students, community and private secondary schools. Review presentation. I am a research scholar of SHS, OSU, and my abstract uh, uh, adolescence is a crucial time for growth and development, and it calls for a healthy diet to maintain mental, emotional, and physical well-being. The nutritional status and eating habits of teenage students attending both public and private secondary schools are examined in this review paper. It draws attention to the difference in dietary intake, food preference, and nutritional awareness between students in these two educational environments by combining the results of numerous national and international studies. Highlights the main determinants of teenage nutrition, such as peer pressure, parental education, school meal programs, and socio-economic status. The prevalence of malnutrition, both undernutrition and overnutrition, as well as its effect on general well-being and academic achievements are also examined. Disparities in persist food consumption, knowledge of healthy eating habits, and access to balanced meals and highlighted. In order to address these issues, the paper emphasizes the necessity of focused nutritional intervention, health education, and in community schools where students are frequently more at risk. Community schools means government schools. The goal of this review is to give educational and legislators useful information for creating policies that support wholesome eating habits and enhance adolescents' status in a variety of educational settings. In order to fill the knowledge gaps in this field, future research directions are also discussed. There was keywords adolescent nutrition, dietary pattern, nutritional status, secondary school students, school-based interventions. And of my review article is conclusion need for school-based policies and nutrition education, target low income adolescents for interventions, promote research on adolescent diet and lifestyle influences. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Shivlal. After that, Deepika Rani. Deepika Rani.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Shivlal Khanal from Nepal. I am a research scholar of Sterling Global Department of Education. Integration of ICT, information communication and technology, with classroom teaching. The ICT improve engagement, the student, and the SS, and learning pedagogy. It is digital pedagogy of teaching learning activities in classroom teaching. The pedagogy prepares students for a technology society. Background and significance of the ICT integration in Nepal, this remote area school, very issues and challenges of this teaching learning activities. And my research objective, the educator self-efficacy when it comes to utilizing technology and use of technology in classroom. How to use classroom technology and incorporating technology in the classroom teaching learning activities effective, more effective and qualitative. My conceptual framework, ICT tools, LMS, tablet, smartboard, online platform, model, TPAC technology, pedagogy, content. Summer, subsection to redefinition. Bloom's taxonomy, support cognitive skill development. And current trend, the Estonia full internet access and digital textbook, and Kenya digital literacy program, and Kerala, India high technology school project, and Philippines development computerization program is launched. Literature review, there are various types of literature review, 15 paper review, and challenges and barrier of this technology. infrastructure defect and digital divide, and poor teaching training and resistant to change, policy and administrative inconsistency, need for sustainable investment and clear framework. Impact of the ICT on learning and teaching, academic improvement in science and math or other subjects, and shift to learner-centered pedagogy, student-centered pedagogy, higher student motivation and engagement, and real-time feedback and customized learning paths. Strategy for integration, continuous professional development, curriculum redesign for digital tools, effective monitoring and evaluation system, emphasis on digital literacy and collaborative learning. And conclusion and recommendation, ICT Davis and academic success, digital literacy engagement, invest in broadband teacher training, AI-driven learning, strengthen mentor program, and encourage educational technology innovation for sustainable education. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, all of you. My Deepika Rani, Department of English. The topic of my presentation is denial of vulnerable groups and the remedial approaches for the assertion of their identity. A study of the selected fictional works of Tabish Khe. First of all, vulnerable subgroups. Vulnerable subgroups, these people are exposed to harms very easily, physically as well as emotionally. I include 3 fictional works of Tabish Kher in the study. These are The Bus Stopped, The Thing About Thugs, and Night of Happiness. Tabish Kher is a new face of global realism and liberalism, and he includes others, minorities, subaltern, and diaspora as the subject matter. And the inclusion of mini narratives is the main objective of Tabish Kher, as he has a proclivity for differences in the society. The main objectives of my study are to explore the depressed group in the society, to illustrate harsh treatment of vulnerable groups, to search out intricate realities of identity formation, to identify the remedial approaches of negotiation of identity of those people. Research methodology. The qualitative study is descriptive and empirical in nature, and as well as secondary data is used in the study, and then reading and analysis of Kher's work to find out his concern for subalterns. And then the main study is about first of all, it is about deprived and pauper, and then it is about exploited and anguished males. And after that, the study is about ghettoized diaspora and minority groups in the novels of Tabish Kher. And lastly, it is about hierarchical caste system in Indian villages. And the second part of my study is the remedial approaches, how to adjust these vulnerable groups in the society. And this is the last one is, and the main solution of this problem is the unity of the socially depressed and downtrodden people. Second, the behavior of generosity towards these people, and this is the Western approach, and we should be inclusive in our approach towards these downtrodden and miserable people. And lastly, the social significance of this study is that from this study we can know about the individual behavior, in group and out group individual behavior, as well as social approach towards these vulnerables, so that we can find out the solution, and we can apply inclusivity of these groups in the mainstream of the society. And this inclusion of peripheral identities can be made plausible, and the society will be equitable. This is the main purpose of this study. Thank you, everyone. Ma'am, any question? Sir? Thank you.
Next participant is Seema Gagas, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Seema, professor from School of Commerce in Manila Global University, Hisar. I have written this paper along that is large money portrayal, and the topic for our research was the consumer behavior towards the green products. A case study of organic vegetables in Sipur, Nepal. Right. And the reason why I have chosen this kind of topic, the context of this topic was rising global demand for the eco-friendly products. Reason being, people are being very much aware about the sustainability, and the theme of this conference is again sustainability, innovation, and organic products are very much into trend. People are moving from the chemical-less products to the organic products. That's why I have taken this kind of topic. And specifically for the organic vegetables, what does we understand about the organic vegetable? This is the vegetables which are grown without any synthetic chemicals, and the benefit for that is people will be healthier, we will have a good country. And why specifically into Tulsipur place? Reason being, the government of Nepal, they have taken certain kind of initiatives to, for that. They have prepared the local identity cards for the farmers to promote the authenticity that yes, these people are not using any kind of into their vegetables, and they are growing the organic product. And the market is operational from the 4 to 8 a.m. so that more farmers can sell their products and people can be aware about the products which they are going to take. Literature will primarily, these are the three themes which I have taken for my research. That was the green consumerism, theory of plant behavior, and the challenges in Nepal. These were the three themes which I have taken. And what was the issues why I have chosen this topic is the high cost of the organic farming inputs, because we wanted that every customer should be able to have the organic product, but due to their cost, it is not accessible to everyone, and people are aware about the organic product, that what are the benefits specifically into the semi-urban and the rural areas. And there is a dominance of chemically grown vegetables into the market. Reason being, they are affordable, they are available at a very cheap prices. But on the another side, the organic products, they are very high priced products. That's why everyone can't have them. And the need for this study was, that's why there was a need for this kind of study. Reason being, I and my scholar want the government of Nepal should intervene into this so that they can prepare certain kind of policies to promote the organic farming so that people can run. Next slide. The objectives, there are four primary objectives of my study. The first one was to assess the consumer attitude towards the green marketing. Second one, to measure the awareness of organic versus chemical vegetables. Third one was to identify consumer characteristics influencing choices. And the fourth one, to evaluate the consumer's perception towards the cost of the organic vegetables. Research methodology which I have was the descriptive research. The sample size we have taken as a pilot study, so 150 respondents from Tulsipur district itself. The sampling technique was the convenience sampling and the simple random samples. Tools, it was like the structured questionnaire, we have taken the 5-point Likert scale. And for the data analysis, the descriptive statistic and the frequency percentage was used to data. There were the dependent variable and the independent variable, and there was a mediator variable as the confidence. And the independent variable were the consumer awareness about organic products, attitude towards the green marketing campaigns, price sensitivity, and green marketing awareness. The dependent variable were the organic vegetable buying behavior, less purchase of vegetables grown using the chemicals. Moving ahead to the analysis part, the first objective results into the awareness of the organic products, the general attitude of the people. It means the people strongly agree that the organic products are really good, but there is a lack into the awareness of these kind of things. The second objective states that it is about the perception of the organic products. Reason being, people do not know much about organic products and their availability, about their prices. So they are into that thing that there should be campaigns run by the normal people or by the farmers or specifically by the government. The third objective specifies that the green marketing is much more profitable for the organic products than for the traditional goods. So most of the people, they do not have any idea about it. Reason being, they are not aware about that what kind of green marketing need to be done for certain kind of organic products. And the fourth objective, the chemical vegetable buying reduces the green marketing awareness. Most of the people, again, they do not have much idea about that, but 22% people agree that yes, there should be certain kind of awareness about this, which will be reducing the chemical vegetable buying pattern of the consumer. So this is the conclusion of my study, that there is a positive trend. People are accepting the organic products which are available into the market once they are aware about the health benefit of this. But again, simultaneously, there were the certain challenges also, and the challenge was the price, because again, these are very high into prices. Accessibility, everyone can't have the access of these organic products. Only the people staying into the urban areas, they can have only the organic products. And the most big issue was the certification trust. If someone says that yeah, this is the organic product, but how do we can trust? Maybe that product is again the chemically built up product, and on the another side they are claiming that this was a very natural product, organic product. So there should be a policy that only these kind of people, the farmers who are into the organic farming, they will be a certification, and only they can sell this kind of product into the market. And the recommendations, although Christian sir is not there, he was very much into this. Whatever research we are doing, so what is the benefit of the society? So these are the recommendations which we are going to submit to the government of Nepal. That the government should lead the awareness campaign so that people can be aware about the need of having or consuming the organic products, so that we can have a healthy people in the country. And there should be subsidies also be given to the organic farmers who want to start their own farming, specifically into the organic vegetables and the fruits. And they should strengthen the certification system, so whoever enters into that, there should not be so much legality involved into that. Everyone should have the access, and everyone should have the knowledge of having the certification from the government, so that they can start their own business. And the last one but not least, the education and the marketing can boost the organic vegetable consumption. It should be taught into the different kind of conferences, or with the help of different kind of marketing campaigns run through the government, that yes, what are the benefits of consuming the organic vegetables. So this was the conclusion. Now we can move ahead to the query session if anyone have.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next is Preeti. And after Preeti, it is Babu Ram Khanan and Sharad Chandra Kafle. Please provide your PPTs here.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Today I will be presenting on the topic impact of price discrimination in digital markets. Next slide, please. So, price discrimination means when the consumer is charged different prices for the same product in the digital marketing. And my objective and focus area are the personalizing pricing and ethical and legal consideration like GDPR, General Protection Regulation Act, and the impact on the consumer and the businesses. So the impact on consumer is that there is lack of distrust and unfairness that the consumer face, and it we see also that when we search on a topic on a product, we find the same algorithm in a Chrome or on the phone, that the same product is shown again and again. So these businesses, what does is they use our browsing history, and on the basis of that data, they charge higher prices according to the algorithm of the phones or the search phones. And the effect of my research on this topic is that to raise awareness about that how consumers, when consumers don't know and realize that companies charge higher prices according to their willpower and according to the browsing history or devices used by us, and to influence policy and implications like government and regulations could use our findings to charge their prices accordingly, and to promote fair competition among the consumers, that the government should implement such impacts that uh, consumers should be paid accordingly to the product, not about the higher prices. Empowering consumers, like if people know how price discrimination work, they can mark smart companies and towards more transparent and competitive behavior can be implemented. Now we can conclude our topic. So the conclusion of my topic is that personalized pricing is reshaping digital market, creating both opportunities and challenging, and main is creating the awareness among consumers that how this thing is impacting them, how they can impact, like they can clear the browsing history or they can use incognito app to search their products so that they could not be disturbed again and again about their products purchase. Thank you so much. Any questions, ma'am?
Next is Baburam Khanal.
No, I'll take one. See. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and everyone present here. This is Baburam Khanal, PhD scholar from Mangalayathan University, Aligarh. And today I'm presenting in front of you on the topic, Mapping the Post-colonial Resistance, Literary Landscapes and Contrapuntal Geographies in Amitav Ghosh's Ivy's trilogy. So first of all, I would like to controlling. Excuse me, let me control. See, I'm so sorry. I have come all the way from Nepal to present this 5 minutes, and I'm still being controlled here. I'm sorry for this. So the objective of this study is to explore the post-colonial landscapes represented in Ivy's trilogy, to analyze the contrapuntal geographies as the tools of resistance against the colonial cartography, and of course to contribute to the post-colonial literary discourse, demonstrating how fiction can reshape or remap the historical injustice and offer new ways of reading colonial history through examining the literary landscapes and contrapuntal geographies. Maybe the words are very unfamiliar. I could not get time to elaborate and simplify that. So as the methodology I employed a qualitative textual analysis of Ivy's trilogy. Ivy's trilogy contains 3 books, Sea of Poppies, Flood of Fire, and River of Smoke. And this has been supported by the post-colonial theory and literary geography as well. So I have done very close reading of Ivy's trilogy using contrapuntal analysis. Contrapuntal is an approach developed by Edward Said, an Iranian writer, and this study simultaneously studies the imperialist as well as colonialist approaches and efforts during the hectic time of colonial period. As the theoretical framework, I have primarily used this contrapuntal approach, and this has also been supported by the other approaches, particularly Homi Bhabha's thought space theory, Derek Gregory's idea of colonial present and imperial geographies, similarly Michael Foucault's ideas of space, power, and heterotopias. That means multiple meaning of real space, real places. So as the results and discussions, the Ivy's trilogy construct a literary topography of 19th century Indian Ocean. In fact, I just wanted to show you this one map was there on the second slide. So this should make the things more clear. Next. One more. Okay, so you may see this map, and here you may see India. Everybody can notice where India is, and to the right side is Canton part of China, and this is Canton part of China, and this is Mauritius. So the British East India Company, they went to Mauritius carrying the Indian indentured laborers, and also they went to Canton in order to trade the opiums. And you may see how much efforts they have put in going to both the places. Okay, let's go to the last. So, all right. So, colonial spaces. Spaces means factories, ships, spots. I mean, here topography or landscape means physical settings, physical landscape, places. But here in literature and cultural studies, places or topographies or physical landscapes do not only mean the places or physical settings. It also means some other things like emotional things, cultural things, understandings, etc. So uh, the the physical things, the topographies should not be understood completely in geographical terms. It should rather be understood in literature terms. So colonial space here mean the same. The Irish ship emerges as a heteroponic, means very abnormal. The ship itself, for the British, the ship is a trading vehicle. I mean, through the use of the ship, they have traded the opium and other things to Chinese people and other people. But for the colonized people, the ship is a platform of liberation or freedom. They have taken this ship as a new image, a new space. So the Irish ship emerges as an abnormal space where identities dissolve. So their caste, their creed, their religions, their nationalities, everything gets differently identified as they go into the ship, and different characters represent that. Lastly, so the conclusion is the Irish trilogy of Amitav Ghosh resists colonial historiography by remapping imperial space through narrative complexity and multiple viewpoints. So the writer challenges Eurocentric imperial way that history was written. Rather, the writer also focuses on the perspective of the colonizers, perspective of the indigenous people, marginalized people, and even the voices of the marginalized are expressed. Therefore, the other narrative, the counter narrative has been established through this contrapuntal approach of reading. I think with this, I have to thank you everyone. Any question? Thank you.
The next person is Sharat Chandra Kafle. Anybody is left for the lunch? Anybody left for the lunch? अगर कोई लंच के लिए बाकी है, प्लीज आप प्रोसीड कर सकते हैं.
Good afternoon. It's me, Sharat Chandra Kafle from Nepal. I am research scholar of statistics at that University OSU. Today I am here to present my research work on association rule mining for prognosis of infectious diseases in Kathmandu, Nepal. Next. These are the outlines that I am going to present here. Association rule mining, which is called ARM as well, that is being used here for health-related occurrence and outcome, which will provide the frequent idea about frequent item sets, and that will be helpful for policy making for healthcare industry. Let's go to objective. For objective, I have used ARM to discover associative rule. So this is first and specific objective of my research. And let's go to methodology. In fact, this research is quantitative research that included 969 inpatient records from Sukraraj Tropical and Infectious Diseases Hospital located in Kathmandu. The data is taken from retrospective study site, so it is based on the data record from February 16, 2022 to July 28, 2024, and I have applied associative rule mining ARM, especially a priori rule that is developed by Agrawal et al. In 1993. And some uh, antecedent are used here, like independent variable in regression analysis are age, sex, hospital stay duration, and disease. And consequent means dependent variable, like in regression, is outcome. And I have used different values like support, confidence, and lead to choose the best rule in this ARM. This is the demographics or outcome distribution of my data. Data shows mean age of patient was 37.7 and minimum age to maximum age 94 years, and majority of the patient were males, while some 41.9% were female. And third picture shows majority of the patient were from Kathmandu, obviously because the hospital was in Kathmandu. And outcome distribution shows majority of the people uh, are suffered from were suffered from dengue. Next. So the study majorly includes three diseases: Kala-Azar, scrub typhus, and dengue. So some occurrence happened like that. Dengue and scrub typhus happen together, or scrub typhus and Kala-Azar happen together. So combination of data showed in previous slide. This is patient outcome. Patient outcome mainly categorized into these outcomes like discharge. After certain days of hospital stay, the patient may be discharged, or DOPR, discharge over patient request, or refer to other hospital, or LAMA, leave against medical advice, or maybe death happened, expired, or absconded, means they leave without any information. So these are outcomes. So based on this outcome, I have applied ARM rule to determine what rule exists in this data set. So let's go to ARM rule, previous one. So ARM applied here and conclude that child, means pediatric patient with dengue disease, have to stay up to 5 days, and after that they will certainly discharge. This is major finding of my study, and it has 15% more chance than other random patient. And next one is female patient age 45 to 59 also have lower expected discharge date days. And also elderly patient, especially those who have above 60 and have dengue disease, demonstrated larger, means more than 10 days hospital stay. So ARM shows this major finding, and this is my conclusion as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The next one is Cham Bahadur Adhikari.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's me, Chambadur Adhikari, PhD Scholar, Department of Management Healthcare, OSG Visar. Today's my paper presentation topic is healthcare workers, knowledge practices and involvement in the hospital waste management in District Hospital of Rupandei, Nepal. My studies main objectives are to assess the healthcare waste management knowledge in the study area. Second one is to assess the healthcare waste management practices in the study area. Same way, third one is to assess healthcare workers' involvement in healthcare waste management in the study area. Methodology, sample size 60, sample technique, purposive sampling, and this is cross-sectional research design. Next. Data collection tool, section A, demographic variable of health workers. Same way, section B, level of knowledge of health workers. Section C, practices of waste separation with color coding system. Same way, section D, involvement. Result and discussion, demographic data. Here we saw demographic data. Same way, knowledge of healthcare waste management. Average knowledge score is 4.67 out of 5, means practitioners have 93.4% correct knowledge. Same way, average practice score is 4.05 out of 5, means practitioners have 81 correct practices. Next, involvement, waste storage and collection scheme. Involvement waste disposal management. Average involvement score is 8.62 out of 14, means practitioners have 61.55 correct way of involvement. Conclusion: the finding of this study revealed that healthcare practitioners at District Hospital of Upandey, Nepal, which is Bhim Hospital, possesses a high level of knowledge regarding hospital waste management with good knowledge score of 4.67 out of 5, indicating 93.4% accuracy. This strong knowledge base does not fully translate into practice or active involvement. The average practice score was 4.005 out of 5. It means 81% shows slightly decrease in good practice than they have knowledge level, and the average involvement score was 8.62 out of 14. It means 61.55%, suggesting moderate adherence to proper waste management procedure and moderate level of engagement. These results highlight a small gap between knowledge and its practical application, but critical gap found between knowledge and involvement. Understanding the need for targeted inventions such a regular training, monitoring mechanism, and motivation program to strengthen compliance and active participation in hospital waste management. Enhancing this aspect is essential for promoting a safer hospital environment and effective waste handling practices. Acknowledged. These are references. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Any participants left for the presentation? Any participant is left for the presentation? All done? Okay. So that was the last presentation, ma'am. So I think we can have a 10 to 15 minutes break, I suppose, or anyone is left? So we can proceed for a 10 minutes break because the session will be starting with the keynote speaker's note in another 15 minutes. So it will be starting at 2:30. Okay. So yes, audience is required to be present here at 2:30 because after that the result declaration will be there and the certificate distribution will be there. So you can be here in the auditorium at 2:30. Thank you. You can collect your folders from ground floor from the registration desk. अगर किसी ने नहीं collect किया है तो
अटेंडेंस कंफर्म करनी है कि हम देख रहे हैं आज कल वाले वो भी आ रहे हैं यहाँ लाइव में रहते हैं ना दूसरे बैठे हैं जिनका नाम नहीं है उनको वहाँ पर अटेंडेंस पता अच्छा जो कल ऑनलाइन वाले हैं वो आए हुए हैं यहाँ पे तो वो अटेंडेंस खाली करना है ठीक है देखिए अब आप कर लिया हाँ जी मैम हो गया